What is up, everybody? Happy Monday. And I'm just taking it back, realizing the camera's pretty whacked out here. Just messing around with it on the last stream, of course, because we did some unboxing. Which was good times. Atomic Runner, Morphogenic Boy, D, Soldier. What's up, guys? Greetings to everybody. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, we did some unboxing last time. We still see the aftermath of that here. Well, I shouldn't even be calling it aftermath, because we are, well, we're not exactly in the midst of an unboxing, but we got one unboxing down and we have one to go. Everything you see here, everything you kind of see at the very edge of the screen here, is precariously balanced on top of the second box, which will be opened up on stream soon enough. We got some action figures in there, which I'm quite excited to get to those, but I still decided that tonight we're gonna jump back to Metroid, because I don't want to take too long of a break in between sessions here. We started the Metroid games with the intent to play through Zero Mission, AM2R, Super Metroid, and Fusion in time for the release of Metroid Dread in October. But we're making good pace, and I think after AM2R, we can afford to take a brief hiatus from Metroid in order to unbox some action figures, and also most likely take a look at some of the games. Some of these games. For example, Meru Piranha and Upside Down Backwards Ape Escape. Ape Escape 2, rather. And, well, Alpine Racer 3, we put some solid effort into, actually, on Saturday's stream. Pretty damn fun game. We got Sengoku Basara Cross, which will, if nothing else, of course, be available for the next Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game bonus stream. As will Capcom versus SNK 2. Also, there's Genji. So maybe we'll be taking a look at some of these games over the next couple of streams. Also have, of course, try not to, whoa. Let's try to not have everything collapse. Of course, we got Reciprocal Heat 5000, which I think we played fairly exhaustively on Saturday, so we're probably not going to come back to that in an immediate way. We've got Upside Down, Enemy Zero, and also Magic Carpet. So, no promises that we'll get to all of this in any kind of timely fashion. But I'll try to take a look at least most of these games in some upcoming streams. What else? What else? Oh yeah. I was reminded, so, in a kind of unusual sequence of events here, in between a Saturday stream and a Monday stream, we received some SNK fighting game news, because SNK released a teaser silhouette kind of thing that the final DLC character for Samurai Showdown, the Guilty Gear guest character, was going to be revealed. And that came out like 4 a.m. this morning, and then a couple of hours later, the trailer leaked, and then a few hours after that, they just said, fuck it, I guess, and just announced and released the trailer for Baiken. And I don't know, she looks pretty good, I guess. I barely watched the trailer, in fact, but, you know, seems like a safe choice, I guess. I feel like I don't have much to say. I don't know much about Guilty Gear. I know nothing about Baiken. I, haven't played Sam Show in a long time. I do think it's a great game, but it's just, between very fumbled release plans and shitty online, it's a game that's hard to get excited for, and it's a game that doesn't, feel like it has much of a future. I really hope they take, good lessons from that game, which is a great game, and make a sequel that is playable online. Not even purely because I'm interested in playing online, because I'm not super into online fighting games, but I mean, obviously, especially in today's climate, but just in general, in modern times, decent online play is like a necessity for any community to kind of get behind your game. And the lack of a strong community supporting Sam Show, I think, had the effect of people like me also kind of losing interest and enthusiasm for it. But, you know, at least it's not a bad game. It's just a good game that I never play. From what I could tell, Baiken looks alright, I guess. She doesn't seem like a disappointment or anything like that, as far as I can tell. So that's cool, I guess. It never really came up on stream, but they did also reveal Antonov for KOF 15 the other week. And he looks pretty great, and I'm very happy to see him back. We talked about it a bunch on Discord, but I didn't address it on stream. Antonov is teaming with, I almost called him El Fuerte for some reason, Jesus. Ramon and King of Dinosaurs for the Galaxy Anton Wrestling team. Which is, like, pretty sick. I mean, I don't give a shit about King of Dinosaurs, really. But it was fun. I mean, we speculated about how Antonov might come back to KOF 15. And, yeah, I mean, he was, I think it's fair to say, the newcomer from 14 that I was most excited to see return. And I was hoping for some kind of, I mean, obviously he was a boss character, so he was like a solo entry in 14. He didn't have a team. And I assumed that if he was going to come back, he would not come back as a solo entry, but rather on a team. I had speculated that maybe they could do like a you know, Oyaji team kind of thing, like they did in 98. This is a very different direction, but I dig it. I think it's going to be very fun to see Ramon and King of Dinosaurs and Antonov play off of each other. So yeah, that's good news. We haven't done like a video game news roundup type stream looking at trailers and stuff in a while. We used to do that like semi-regularly earlier this year. But maybe we'll have opportunity or reason to catch up more on some KOF trailers and other stuff in the not too distant future. Because as it happens, part 2 of Jeff Keighley's fake E3 happens next week. I want to say that there was some other event that was also like mid next week, but I cannot remember for the life of me what it was supposed to be. But Gamescom Live or whatever, like the Gamescom thing that Jeff Keighley is hosting is next week. And I guess there's been some sort of rumblings that Koch Media, who are the publisher for King of Fighters 15 outside Japan, I forget the details exactly, but there were some kind of tweets floating around that obviously they would be at the show and have stuff to show. That seems likely. They're a pretty big publisher. But also, I want to say that there was some specific mention of KOF 15 in some capacity. That's not to say that, you know, we don't know what that means exactly, but it seems reasonable to expect that maybe there might be some kind of presence. You know, a lot of people have been clamoring for details, gameplay details on KOF 15 beyond just character reveals. And I definitely don't expect them to just do character reveals up until the release of the game. At some point, they're going to do some kind of story trailer, gameplay trailer, sizzle reel stuff, features, whatever, you know? Modes, trailer. It's got to be something else. And I don't think that kind of stuff will wait until the very end before the game comes out. So this seems like it could be a place for them to release some kind of bigger trailer. You know, obviously, there's Tokyo Game Show, I guess, in some form in September, October. There's the Game Awards in December, I assume. Or they could just do something on their own. I don't know. You know, anything's possible. But maybe by Thursday next week, there will be more KOF news. Who knows? If not that, maybe we just get a regular old reveal. We could still be getting a silhouette this Wednesday and a character next Thursday or whatever. Who knows? Who knows? But anyway, this was not intended, at least, to be a fighting game news catch-up sort of stream. That's just was top of mind, I suppose. No, today we are continuing AM2R, Return of Samus. And given the rate of progress in the previous stream, I would say that it's reasonably safe to assume that we'll be able to finish the game tonight, unless there's just some absurd difficulty spikes that keep us, locked down. We were down to what? Somewhere between 10 and 15 Metroids left or something like that. We just, at the end of the last stream, kind of started coming across the Zeta Metroids, which were pretty tough. But yeah, last stream we went from what, like 40 something to, like, we killed like 30 Metroids or something, I think. So if there's like 15 left, even if they're maybe a little more difficult, there should be not a tremendous amount of the game left. So hopefully all goes well and we'll be able to finish tonight. So without further ado, why don't we hop on over to our Metroid scene and get the game going here. See if we can boot it up. It's going to take a minute here. There we go. We have our trusty fake Super Nintendo controller. Just served us well. Well, it's mostly served us well. The locking shooting direction is a little awkward. It's come in handy when I've been able to use it against the Zeta Metroids, but well, we're doing okay, I think. Yeah, 15 Metroids left. 52% item collection, I guess. Yeah, the rate of, like, the percentage rate in the Metroid rate has been kind of... I feel like for a good time, the collection percentage went up pretty quickly, and then sort of stagnated a little bit as we took out a whole bunch of Metroids. But either way, regardless of metric, we're making progress. So, let's make some more. So, this is the tower. We spent a good amount of time exploring and fucking around here. And we have one Metroid left in this area, and we pretty much know for a fact that it's in that little alcove, hallway, whatever, on the left. Because I remember at the end of the last stream, instead of going for that thing, the last thing I did before the end, I was like, let's save it for next time. Because after taking up that Metroid, I don't know at all what we're supposed to be doing. It's not at all unlikely, if the game up until now is anything to go on, it's not at all unlikely that killing that Metroid is going to trigger another earthquake, and it's going to change something about the environment that's going to allow us to progress and go someplace we were not able to go before. Looking at the map, it seems like we should be able to descend lower in this area, but it's probably blocked off by lava. So maybe the lava here is going to sink and we can go down here. Or maybe in the middle of that blue hallway, there's a thing we can go there. I don't really know. But in the event that killing this Metroid does not immediately trigger something that's going to tell us where to go and what to do, and we're going to be a little bit stumped, at the very least, I didn't want to start the stream. I didn't want to perhaps end last stream on that note, so we'll just have to see. Trying to remember if we got an upgrade. I guess we can look here. Oh yeah, we got the plasma beam. Right, that's the thing we got recently, and it helps us shoot through the armor of the, like, robot enemies. However, I do not think there's like, looking at the map, there's some parts, I think, where, like this part right here, the save room in the center, right above it, you can go to the left, and there's a yellow door there. Same thing on the far right in that big room. There's at least 2 power bomb doors. So we need the power bomb to get through whatever's behind them. There's also, in the starting area on the far left there was some kind of crystals or something blocking that gap downwards, but it did not look like the actual bright green crystals that we could shatter with the super missiles either. Ooh, that left door, was that maybe a yellow door? Oh, maybe I'm getting mixed up. Maybe that's the yellow door I was thinking of. Anyway, there's definitely progress to be made once we get the power bomb. But until then, I'm a little unsure. But there's at least one Zeta Metroid for us to take out. They've been pretty tough, but so far they've taken out, I would say, about half of our health in any encounter. So, I mean, we can afford that. Also, did I have the plasma last time we fought them? I can't actually remember. See if I remember, like, the controls. Base jump timing is kind of weird. So I forget, do I actually have to shoot these guys with missiles? Nope. Oh, I guess you have to shoot them from below. They're like armored on top also. I figured the plasma would go through the armor, but not really, I guess. Yeah, there's a husk here, so... Space jump is still awkward. Okay, well, we didn't lose that much health. Oh, this seems a bit fucked. Do I have to fight him in here? Oh, okay. Oh, wow, okay. Well, it's one of these. This is a little different. Well, that was a lot less dramatic than I expected. I was definitely expecting a Zeta Metroid, who are a lot tougher. But there's the earthquake. It's been kind of a pattern. Whenever you kill all the Metroids in an area, there's an earthquake and something changes. So let's go down here and see, I suppose, if we can what the bottom of this room looks like. Okay, I'm pretty sure there was lava here because we have, yeah. Right, okay, this was about as straightforward as I was hoping, not expecting it to be. More power bomb. But I wasn't sure. Ooh, okay. All right, this is ominous. But it's progress. It's taking us somewhere we haven't been. Huh. A broken door, I guess. I didn't realize this was solid. Greetings, Malone. Happy Monday. I almost said happy Friday. Wouldn't that be something? I wonder if this is going to lead us to the power bomb, because that definitely seems like the obvious, like, next. I mean, it's one of the few major power-ups left. Right, that's the thing. Kind of forgot about. Spooky atmosphere here. These guys are so much easier to deal with now. They were annoying before. They took a lot of hits. Well, not to mention these guys. Wait, hang on. Is that a different shield? Is that a yellow power bomb shield? Yeah, what a week. It's only Monday. Exactly. It was actually a very fun day at work today. We had, not just new students at school, but the second-year students. They came back and they've been working remotely for a lot of the past year, so it was fun getting to see people in person. A bit overwhelming, bunch of people, but still fun. But I'm not teaching any classes until next week, so this week is pretty relaxing, all things considered. Well, I don't know about relaxing, but it's not as... It's the calm before the storm, I suppose. I feel like this is definitely, you know, leading to something very pointed and deliberate. Oh, those shots are not fun. The question is it going to be like a Chozo statue? Is it going to be a boss fight? Is it going to be an elevator? Wow, this is so cool. We haven't had any of these in this entire game. Because the entire game has like been in one area. It hasn't been in proper Metroid area transition like this. I guess even this one, we don't get a screen fade or anything. We're still on the same map. I guess, yeah, it's the same tile set, the same music. Like, not an actual transition here just yet. Well, there's a save room. I was gonna say, there's no way there's gonna be like a boss at the end of this without a save room, like going this far without a save room, but there's a save room, so... This could be a map room or something. Well, I would assume that there's some significance to this room. We'll figure that out eventually, I suppose. Oh boy. Okay. Well, let's just leave. The atmosphere in this game is pretty great. It's spooky and kind of creepy, but not too scary. Scanning environment. New lore. Power plant. Metroid's curious. Love everything about it on paper, but don't have the patience to play them apart from the first 2 games. That is incredibly fascinating to me, because I would think that the first 2 Metroids are by far the ones that require the most patience. I suppose if you played them when you were younger, maybe they feel, you know, maybe there's a sense of comfort. It feels, you know, homey. And anything that's new and different feels, there just requires some level of mental exertion that makes it unrelaxing. Like, I can relate to that for sure. It's just kind of funny how that works out. I'm sure there are games that are like that for me, where like something that wouldn't seem super like relaxing or simple is something that I can just go with familiarity and just enjoy and relax with. And more like streamlined sequels feel, you know, less so. Yeah, you know, the original games, like, there's no map. They're just very I mean, it works thematically, but they're very unforgiving. They're very uninviting. They're just kind of harsh, punishing games. But I think also, like, in the context of the later games, I think something like this strikes a nice balance of being very, like, having still a very isolating and kind of creepy atmosphere, but it's not, you know, it's not, at least for my money, it's not too punishing or too creepy to, like, not feel fun to play. What's up, Icarus? But yeah, like, I never got into Prime. Those games don't really interest me that much. Like, I would like to play them, I would like to appreciate them, but I'm not, like, compelled to play them. And, like, Metroid Prime 4, the announcement of it, it didn't excite me. In fact, when they announced it, I was like, man, I'm happy to get some kind of new Metroid, something, but I really wish it wasn't Prime 4, because that feels like, I already know that I'm not a huge fan of those games. I would much rather it be something different. Now, obviously, they announced Dread, so I'm excited for that, but I mean, of course, it's a double-edged, or not a double-edged sword, but there's two sides to the coin, I guess. If you like the Prime games, it's exciting to get more of them. I'm sure Metroid Prime fans would not have been excited about other M2. So I don't know, but I mean, I'm curious to see what that's going to be, but I think there's no way it's gonna. Well, I was gonna say that there's no way it's gonna excite me the way Metroid Dread did with the announcement, but who knows? You know, it doesn't seem unimaginable that they might release the Prime games on Switch again. Maybe I would get them there, buy them for a third time. Well, I have Prime on GameCube, and I think I got the trilogy, the Wii release for Wii U, like the digital version. So it would kind of be the third time buying Prime if it came out on Switch. So maybe I wouldn't. I'm just saying there's a scenario in which I get around to playing them and actually enjoy them. But the 2D games are what I'm really into. One of these has lost some structural integrity, and any significant change in temperature could overload it. Oh shit, it's like a parallax background layer. That's not what I expected. Wow, this is disorienting. Well, hey. It's kind of what I was figuring that we were building up to. Yeah, I mean, I hear you, Maloney. I'm like the same with Zelda, I guess. Like, I'm not a big Zelda fan, really, but that's pretty cool. Oh boy. To the extent that I have an interest in Zelda, it's like pretty exclusively with the 2D games. I've tried to play Ocarina of Time, and I just like can't get into it. And oh boy, I was not ready for that. That was pretty cool. Changing colors. All right. That was pretty sick. Ooh. Timer doesn't look too strict. But also, you know, just in general, like having kind of a... Aha! I figured. Okay. Maybe I should have saved, I don't know, but... Nope. Oh! Space jumping across screen transitions is the worst. Just fucking wall jump instead. You know, certain series, certain games, you just kind of have your... You have your kind of idea of how you want to, like, what about it that appeals to you and what doesn't. So, like, I was pretty excited for A Link Between Worlds because it was like the first new Zelda that looked interesting to me. See that blue room? I guess we're gonna come back to that later somehow. Like, I have some theoretical interest in Breath of the Wild. I played it for a little bit, but I ended up, like, I got it and started playing it right at the end of summer vacation, whatever year that was. And I didn't yet reach the point where I was, like, excited to keep playing. It seemed vaguely intriguing, but not enough to, like... It didn't grab me. And I felt like it had potential to do so, but I didn't quite get that far into it. But even then, like, it's not... That's not my type of game, really. But on account of being something different... Oh, okay. This is kind of interesting. From every you know, every other 3D Zelda that I knew didn't interest me. Found it somewhat intriguing. The port temp is going up a bit here. Nice. See, I figured you would use the power bomb to do exactly that. Oh my god. Did you notice the bar just like went up? I guess we're like once you get here, it looks like the yeah. I figured that would be a thing. That was fucking sick though. That was sick. Yeah, the set pieces in this game are super cool. Yeah, I mean, I think painting in very broad strokes, I agree with you, Malone. Like, I like arcade games. I tend, for the most part, not gravitate towards games that require a lot of time investment. I don't play a lot of role-playing games. You know, there's exceptions, but for the most part, I'm not into, like, any game, you know, I take the length of a game, any game that, like, highlights how long it is or, like, brags about hours of content. To me, that's not a promise, that's a threat. That's like, oh my god, how much, like... I don't read that as a game that you can enjoy for this long. It means, like, this is the amount of time you need to invest for it to be worth it. Like, you know, arcade games can be 15 minutes long, but if they're a good game, you can play them from hundreds of hours. Whereas a game that's designed to, like, be a journey from beginning to end, or, you know, even worse, I guess, something that just has a slog of a 15-hour tutorial before it feels like it really starts, which is kind of how I take a lot of the 3D Zeldas to kind of be. Yeah, that doesn't appeal to me. Dude, yeah, this game's so cool. Fuck, I don't actually have the power bombs to get through here. These fellas gonna help me? Fucking thank you, missiles, exactly what I wanted. Okay, can probably make it to that save room. Ooh, that was pretty close. That thing's not gonna kill me. Alright. That was like the scariest thing in this game. Alright, let's go blow that power bomb thing up. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting too, because it kind of goes into what you were saying too, Malone, about like having stuff that, you know, stuff that required investment, but I happened to make that investment in either a particular game or a type of game at a time when that was not an obstacle the way it might be right now. So you're kind of over that hump in some way, or you can trust that it's going to be enjoyable. And every now and then I really get into a game, like the Yakuza games I've been really into, and those are definitely pretty different. Like, they're kind of RPG games, they're super long, there's a bunch of, like, they're RPGs, but they're also kind of open world games, and both of which are genres that I generally don't like, but I really like those games. I have a vague hypothetical interest in strategy type stuff, but it's not something I ever really act on for the most part. But the XCOM, you know, reboot, remake, whatever, I only really played the first one, but I really love that game. But I had played the original XCOM back in the day and really liked it, so, you know, there is some connection there. But every now and then something just happens to connect. But I guess for me, it's not necessarily about what I end up liking, but more about what I gravitate towards, like, giving a shot, kind of. Like, sometimes there's just stuff that I don't feel inclined to give my time of day because I feel like I have a limited... Ah, I didn't quite realize this. Well, I remember it now, but... You know, it's gonna be stuff that doesn't, yeah, we powered up this whole thing. Here. Yeah. You know, it's something that feels like a big investment to try and get into. That can feel like, you know, I can't be bothered, you know, that kind of feeling. And I mean, with so many games to play, like, it can be a big ask just to kind of, you know, to get invested that way. Okay. Not paying attention clearly. I actually timed that correct. Oh, that's... Oh, okay. Accidentally did that correctly also. I'm not, like... Can't be bothered. Yeah, like, I thought the Yakuza games seemed very exciting and interesting. Because Yakuza 2 came out when I was in Japan. And that was the first I heard about that series. And it just looked really sick. I didn't know anything about it. You know, it seemed like a sort of Shenmue type thing. And this was still like not that far removed from me having played those games when they came out. My current like aversion towards open world games wasn't a thing because this predates those games. Like this was a year before Assassin's Creed. Ooh, hang on. This is the room. Let's just get lazy and see if this... Ha! Super missile tank. Alright, that's not bad. But I ended up never getting around to playing those games. I bought a copy of 3 and Kenzan of a friend in like 2010? 09, 2010? But I played about an hour maybe of Kenzan. I didn't quite get into it. Let's see, do I... Oh. Can I get out here? So 0 is when I like finally got into those games, but that, you know... that was after a long time of having felt like I probably wanted to check them out, but just like never got around to it. I had played Binary Domain though, and I really liked that game. So I kind of had the impression from that game also that that I would enjoy the characters and the writing, because the storytelling, like the narrative aspects and the cutscenes and everything, is super great in that. I mean, it's just as good in that game as you would expect from the Yakuza games. I mean, the writing overall, maybe not so much, but it's still a really cool game that I think is vastly underrated. So it was a roundabout way, but I eventually got into it, and I really fell in love with Yakuza 0, and I've played all of them, like, since then. I'm yet to properly play 7. I played about 15 minutes of it. But, aside from that, I've worked my way through the series, and I'm pretty excited for Lost Judgment. And I guess I probably won't get to actually playing 7 before then. It was my plan to be caught up, but that game's coming out soon. And I have a feeling that I know I'll buy it when it comes out, and I might be more excited to actually buy that or play that when I buy it than finally getting around to playing Yakuza 7, which I bought at the end of last year. Ramlop, what's up? Yeah, Binary Domain is a really cool game. It's on PC, like it's... People should play it. Yeah, I think what was I gonna say? Yeah, the localization and the Western release of the Yakuza games, how they were handled, the timing and everything, I think that a little bit put me off playing the games, because I knew that I didn't want to play the first game in English, and it's like, well, I don't want to put up with this localization, and my level of Japanese is definitely not good enough to really play it in Japanese, probably. Like, it actually probably would have been, like, I would probably be able to play it, but obviously a lot of the dialogue would go over my head and everything, but, you know, that kind of put me off from playing those games, too. and the fact that the you know, the localization took a long time. The games came out way later, and then, you know, for a while. I mean, that's the thing. Like, Zero was also kind of a rebirth in terms of how they treated those games for the Western market. Zero was like the first time they actually did a, I don't want to say a first time they did a proper localization, but they took a different approach, and I vastly prefer the approach they took. And it seems like I'm not alone in that. The games have been very successful, and they, I mean, it set the template for everything going forward. Glowforge Misadventures, hello and welcome. 6 hours into watching my Arkham Origins VOD, and you're already convinced that it's the best in the series. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that I can be persuasive. Although, surely it's the game doing a lot of the persuasion. Okay, we can go down here. No more lava. Power bomb? Yeah, I figured. This game is pretty thorough about putting up those kind of roadblocks. There's always like two things blocking you, like lava and something else or whatever. So are we gonna get some new scans here for new Metroid soon enough? Probably. Looks like a new tile set, new background music. Yeah, getting into Yakuza can be a bit daunting, but I mean, Zero to me is like the perfect place to start. Obviously, that's where I started, but it's a terrific game that stands on its own super duper well. And if you're only gonna play one, I think like that's the one to play. Oh yeah, dude, like I will. Arkham Origins being the best Arkham game is like, that's the hill I'm gonna die on. Okay. This smells like Gravity Suit incoming. There hasn't been a lot of water in this game. Man, these things are so intriguing to me. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, Kiwami is based on the first game, which came out first, obviously. I've never played the original 1 and 2, so I cannot compare them to Kiwami. I do know that there are things like Kiwami 1 and 2 are sequels to Zero, right? So there are definitely some nods and stuff they kind of put into Zero, which they reference in Kiwami 1 and 2, which were not in the original game. My understanding is that Majima's role is like greatly expanded. He was more of a minor character in the original games and stuff like that. For better or for worse, as I understand it. But I think Zero is kind of like, Zero itself has a lot of nods to the previous games, which if you've played them, you can really appreciate it. But if you haven't, you're not, like, it's whatever. The game doesn't expect you to have played the others, really. And I think Zero very much seems designed to be very much played as your first game. At least I felt that way when I played it. You can jump into Kiwami just fine, but I think Kiwami more so expects you to have played Zero before it. But even disregarding all of that, I just think Zero is a much stronger game. I mean, Kiwami is fine. It's good. But it feels pretty slight coming off of Zero, and I don't just mean that it has less content or whatever. Like, it's a shorter game, there's less of everything, it's a simpler game. But also the writing isn't as interesting. Like, the story, like, that's the thing. I think Zero has, like, the best story. I think a lot of people agree that Zero is the best game. I know some people who consider 7 the best one, but, like, obviously I think it's going to be colored if it's your first game, like it was for me, because everything, like, to take a different example, the Ace Attorney series, the Phoenix Wright games, I happened to play part 2 first, and then I played part 1 and then part 3, and for me, like, part 2 was my favorite. But I think, like, everyone on the internet seems to be in agreement that part 2 is the weakest, and I thought that was, like, very strange to me, because I thought it was obviously superior to the first game, and when I got to part 3, I was kind of like, you know. it kind of lost some steam for me. But I think that was greatly colored by like getting introduced to the characters and having that experience of getting into that world for the first time with that game. And obviously you're not going to get that experience with the second game you play. So maybe there's some of that at play with Yakuza as well. But for sure, like the writing in Zero is just more compelling. It has a much more, like at the same time, a much more, not convoluted, but like complex story. But it's presented in a very digestible way. Like Yakuza 4 I liked, but Yakuza 5, by that point, like the Zero up until that point in my mind handled the multiple protagonist angle the best by far, just in terms of presenting different story threads and leaving you wondering how they're going to connect. And once they do connect towards the end of the game, it's just like super satisfying and just like ultra compelling.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Glowforge Misadventures. Looking forward to some unspeakable horror. Subscribed for 2 months on a 2-month streak with a nice charcoal skull to prove it. Thank you very much for your continued support. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, Zero goes on sale all the time. So for sure, like, I'm pretty sure I have... You know, that actually reminds me. I've got like so many... Like such a giant backlog of Steam keys from like Humble Monthly. I use like one free game every 3 months or something for something that I want to play. And the rest are just like piling up. And I've been thinking for like years at this point that I should do some like Steam game giveaways or something on stream, but I've never had the energy to organize it. But I'm pretty sure I have keys for some of the Yakuza games through there. But yeah, they go on sale all the time. Yeah, it's true what you're saying, Malone. Like the series, you cannot really appreciate the full majesty of that series by just playing one game. But I think if you play Zero and none of the others, you kind of get the best of it in some ways. Because like the fact that it's a prequel, like even the fact that they get away with doing like an origin story prequel type thing and not have it be bad and stupid, but actually really, really good. It's written with the hindsight of like 5 sequels or whatever, so they can do a lot of kind of foreshadowing, and like it's so interesting to, you know, spoiler alerts. I wouldn't consider this a spoiler at all, but the main antagonist in Yakuza 1 is one of the main characters in Zero, and despite being the main antagonist in the original game, the character is like 50 million times more fleshed out in Zero, and it provides, like, it recontextualizes that character in the first game, or in Kiwami. Even in Kiwami, when they had Zero to go off of, like, he is a way less interesting character because he just, you know, he's in the game less and he's not as central to the story and everything. Like, Zero retroactively makes the relationship between the characters in the first game better. So yeah, Yakuza 0 is just an awesome game, and I could not recommend it more. And the thing is too, like, it's a game, give it like 2 hours. Like, play through the first chapter, and you're probably gonna, like, if you have no interest in continuing after the first chapter or two, like, yeah, maybe it's not for you. But if you, like, you probably are going to be interested. And if you get to chapter 3 and you see the introduction of Majima, like, if you get through all of that and you don't want to play more of the game, like, I don't know what to tell you. Except, I guess, yeah, sure, don't waste your time. Because the introduction of Majima is, like, that's a fucking all-timer. Like, it's so fucking amazing. But even the beginning of the game, like, they just do such an amazing job of... like, it's, you know, the first, like, 20 minutes maybe is a little slow. But pretty quickly, like, shit gets real, and it's just a super compelling, like, crime thriller. And it gets pretty crazy. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, I guess that's, like, when I played it, I just knew right away that this was so cool, you know? I'm just trying to scroll back up here and catch up, but yeah, I think for sure, like, I've liked all of them, but none of them have gotten close to Kiwami, or not Kiwami, but Zero. But I think, I don't know, my opinions seem to be a little bit different. I know a lot of people apparently didn't like 3 much, but I liked 3 a lot. I thought it was great. I think 4 was mostly good, but it was the ending, the final like boss fight, like the very end of 4 was kind of awful to me. 5 and 6, like I feel like those were also like super highly regarded, but 5 was kind of problematic for me, because I just had such a hard time following and getting invested in the story. It just got a little bit up its own ass. Like I love the characters, but it was just like they were trying a little bit too much, I felt like. Or maybe if it had been framed a little bit differently, and not like doing one character after another, I would have liked it more. But I feel like it was like too much build up for not enough payoff. 6 I thought was pretty good. I mean, all of them have like really good characters, and there's always parts of every single one of them that I really like. But I think a problem I had with 6 was that, I mean, I did kind of notice towards the very end that there was like, as is often the case, like you try to not spend 50 million years on all the side stuff, and then you learn at the end of the game, like, oh yeah, if you had done one more mission on this branch thing, you would have unlocked 50 billion other things that's going to open up the game. Like, so I never did much of the baseball stuff in 6, only to learn at the end of the game, like, oh yeah, that's why fucking nothing was available in that town for the entire game. I didn't like the town in 6 that much. So 6 was also, and also like playing them on PS4, going back to like the 30 FPS sluggish stuff. Like I don't like the engine in 6. I don't like the combat. I think 6, Kiwami 2 and Judgment to me have like the worst combat. I don't like how it feels at all. So I don't know. I'm curious if Lost Judgment is going to feel any better. The combat is like different in different games. I think Zero has my favorite combat in all of them. Zero is really good. Like the thing is with the combat in the Yakuza games, it's kind of a slow burn because you have to unlock a lot of abilities over the course of the game. So at first it's going to feel pretty limited and a little bit clunky, but it works because it is a very long game, and because you continually gain more abilities, you know, at some point you're going to be super powerful, and it gets really, really fun. It's yeah, not any worse than Arkham. Yeah, it's kind of different. It's a different style of combat. I wouldn't. It's kind of hard to compare. It's a little bit apples and oranges, but to put it this way, a lot of people, especially in the context of 7, a lot of people said that, oh, Yakuza is an RPG now. And I always thought that was really weird because in my mind, they were always RPGs. They just happened to have real-time combat. But in a lot of people's minds, the old Yakuza games are beat-em-ups, which to me is crazy because they're like 80-hour RPGs. They just have real-time combat. But you know, maybe that gives you some, you know, insight as to the level of complexity or the focus on combat, because there's a lot of combat, and it is kind of beat 'em up like, but it's not primarily what you do in the entire game. But I think it varies. Like I think Zero is like kind of perfect because they, you know, some of the older games were a little bit simpler and a little bit clunkier. Zero, again, with so many other things, like they just sort of struck the balance just right. Actually, I guess the Fist of the North Star game has the best combat because it's based on the Zero engine, but with more, a little more action emphasis and some more stuff with the special moves and everything. But as far as the mainline series goes, Zero has the best combat in my mind. Well, I haven't played 7, but obviously it's turn-based, so it's very different to compare. Yeah, at least on Series X, you can play Yakuza 6 with 60 FPS. I'm not sure about PlayStation because that would well, maybe, I don't know, but on Xbox, like, it's a thing where you get like increased FPS on some games. It's not really a thing on PlayStation. I mean, you can get increased FPS for sure on back compat games, but on Xbox they do this thing where they raise the FPS cap. So, you know, if any game that has a 30 FPS cap will still be 30 FPS on a Series X or PS5. But on Xbox, they do have this feature called FPS Boost, which is used for some games. And that allows them to, through like DirectX or whatever, like on a, not a hardware level exactly, but without it's kind of like playing a game on Dolphin or whatever. Like, it's forcing a higher frame rate cap. Of course, I have the PS4 version of Yakuza 6. I mean, technically I have the Xbox One right now because I have Game Pass. But I finished it on PS4 like a month or two before it came to Xbox. And I wasn't going to start over just to play in 60 FPS. It would help a lot. It would feel a lot better. But even at 60 FPS, like, I just don't... The physics kind of based combat in those games, in 6, Kiwami 2, and Judgment, feels to me way worse than the other games. It's just like sloppy and weird. I think I was going to say something about Arkham Origins, but I feel like we're getting plenty sidetracked here. I should probably get back to Metroid. Yeah, water stuff. Conspicuous gaps here. Oh, it's kind of cool with the pipes. Well, these guys aren't much of a threat, but prevent accidents from happening. Wow, it's like you lose momentum even more when you jump. It's so cool that you have like different doors. Like, it's an interesting thing that I don't recall seeing in other Metroid games. For some reason, the morph ball jump is like really, it's not like impeded by the gravity. Actually, the morph ball in general seems less affected. Speed boost. Are we gonna get the gravity suit like soon? Okay, maybe we can't go inside here just yet. I'm looking forward to Dread. I think that's fair to say. I have, I want to keep my expectations tempered. I've not played the 3DS Metroid 2. I have heard people say great things about it, but I definitely take that with a grain of salt. I've heard people say less, you know, amazing things about it as well, I suppose. I've heard mixed things about, like, feelings on that game seem to be generally positive, but I've heard different things. What I have first-hand experience with, however, is the Castlevania game the same developers made most recently before that, which was Lords of Shadow, Mirror of Fate, which we played through. We did the little Lords of Shadow series marathon for Halloween last year. And that game was ass. That game is terrible. And I feel like based on what I've heard about Samus Returns, there's no way that that game is as bad. But at the same time, yeah, like, how much do I really trust him? Also, holy shit, like, I'm getting like massive frame drops. Seems weird. I don't know what's going on with that, but I'm not sure what I could do to change that. Actually, let's take a quick look. There's not a lot of like... like, not a lot of lot of settings I could change here to make it run better. Maybe it's... Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's a CPU load thing because I'm streaming or something. I don't know. But I think Dread will be... I can't imagine it being as bad as Mirror of Fate. But I think it's going to be, like, interesting, if nothing. Like, you know... it's going to be the best new 2D Metroid in 20 years, right? No matter what. So, you know, even if it ends up being not as good as you would hope, it doesn't have a lot of competition as far as Metroid games go. So I'm looking forward to it for sure. I mean, we're playing all of these games because that game is coming out. And I was like, man, you know, Metroid games are pretty cool. I haven't played them in a long time. Let's catch up. Oh boy. I guess I actually didn't get hit there somehow. Well, I said the first new 2D Metroid specifically to disqualify new Metroid games that were not 2D and to disqualify remakes. Which I guess would also disqualify Zero Mission, which would kind of make it... Well, actually, yeah, I guess that would put it at about 20 years, because Fusion came out in 2001. Yeah, Malone, we talked about that at the top of the stream. They actually they released the Baiken trailer officially. I didn't really... I saw it. I happened to catch a tweet with the leak trailer in the 5 seconds before it was taken down. And I watched that, but I didn't actually really watch the trailer. Distribution center. Okay. Wiring link in... Okay, okay. All excess energy stored in portable spherical cells which are distributed throughout blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I wonder if this is related to those conspicuously morph ball shaped things that we've seen throughout the game that I was asking about before. Yeah, like, Baiken looks well made and everything, and there's... I don't know, there's been other DLC characters that look cool, but it's just like... just so hard to get excited for that game. There's probably... other way to get to... Oh, there we go. Oh, I need to screw attack. Okay. And apparently this was news to me, but apparently like a lot of the Sam Show DLC stuff had leaked like years ago. Not something that ever... that doesn't hurt me, I hope. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Ah! Oh, okay, so you need to not shoot them and have them to bounce. Okay, that's interesting. That's very different. So, well, yeah, okay. Huh. Okay, well, we definitely know at least one place where we need to use these things to, power up a thing to get through a door. Looks like we'll be brought back to that save room. Okay, well, we'll see. Yeah, there's just a lot about the Sam Show game, which is like super cool and exciting. Oh, I hope this stays permanently.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
We're still blue. Lamisar subscribed at tier 1. 14 months of unspeakable horror. Thank you very much for your continued support. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you indeed. Actually, that reminds me, we are we're up 1 sub. We had a lot of lapsed gift subs, which is completely unsurprising, but always nice to see new people join the Skull Club. Greatly appreciate it. Or returning lapsed members in some cases, perhaps. Appreciate it, nevertheless. We got a good first day of classes. Yeah. We talked about it before. I'm not actually really teaching anything until next week, but obviously there was still a lot of orientation and just getting to know new students and everything. Oh, this is interesting. Will that hurt this guy? Oh, it's like preventing me from shooting? I gotta focus a little bit on this. There's like this little electric goop thing on my like gun arm. It looked like, I don't know, maybe it was something else. Apologize for the extremely bright blinking lights. Well, this was saved pretty recently. I'm low on health here. The shape of that little middle platform really kind of sucks. I wonder if this hurts him. Sake. Okay. Ah, I can breathe. We got there. Oh yeah, this is the first of 8 Metroids in this area. Yeah, like Samurai Showdown, I think is a great game, but it's not just the online. Like they've I feel like done a lot to limit people's ability to play and get excited for the game. Like the whole release, the staggered release was really weird. Like it came out on PS4 and I guess Xbox at the same time. And then way later, it came to Stadia. Because like it was advertised as coming to consoles and PC, but actually maybe Stadia was I think maybe the Stadia release was like at launch or whatever, but like who fucking wants to play on Stadia? And then after that, like after a year, I guess, it was released on Epic. And of course, it was exclusive on Epic for a year before it came to Steam. And like when the game first came to PlayStation, they had the thing where if you bought the game in the first month or 2 months or something. Or like for the first however long after the game's release, the first season pass was free. So if you got in on the ground floor, you got the first set of bonus characters for free. Which was like kind of generous, you know, most fighting games don't do that. But that was like the last time they ever threw you a bone. Because on every like subsequent platform they released it. On every subsequent release, like they didn't, you know, they didn't subsidize any season pass content. So like when the game came out on Steam like 3 years later, I guess there was a sale, but it was still kind of like alright, it's gonna be a little tricky, but we'll get there. You know, most games would make it so that like if you're getting it, you're coming to it a few years late, that's when... Wait, hang on. What am I even doing? I don't need a thing. I just assumed I had to bring it there. I was not looking at the screen. Well, we did that. That was cool. Oh, thank you. You know, most games, if you come to it on a new platform 3 years later, they might still sell it to you for $60, but they would usually include the other characters or whatever. You know, get a couple of season passes included, and older season passes for like Street Fighter V and Tekken 7 are like routinely discounted. Even the base price, I think, has been reduced at this point. So it's like pretty common to be able to, I mean, even of course you have at this point you have Champion Edition for Street Fighter V that just comes with everything, but like it's pretty easy to get caught up on MK11 or Street Fighter V, or like I assume even Guilty Gear or Dragon Ball or whatever. At least there's some level of discount to it. But Samsho, like, they basically insisted on every new platform, like, you know, it released on Steam like the same week as Strive, and you know, they had their like, oh, 75% off whatever to get everything, and it's like, oh nice, it's still like $80 or whatever because the prices were so fucked. So a lot of that shit, I think, it's just like it's rubbed a lot of people the wrong way for, I was gonna say for good reason. That's not what I mean. Understandably, I think people have been justified in being very frustrated and upset with how that game has been sold. And like, I mean, I'm sure there's been like contracts, like, you know, leaving them their hands tied, but it feels like, you know, every time, you know, whenever it came out on Stadia, it comes out on Epic, whatever it is, like, it feels, I think, to a lot of people who maybe have been more active and kind of, you know, following the game and sort of trying to have a dialogue with SNK. I think for a lot of people it's been kind of repeated frustrations of feeling like they're not listening. And I don't think that's necessarily the case, but certainly it's easy to understand when people would feel that way. Whoops. I'm trying to just like lead it by a little bit. It's like less momentum than it seems like there would be. So like, people's frustrations with Samurai Showdown do not begin and end with the online. It's a big part of it, of course. Like, that's the first thing probably that frustrated people. but like any hope of being able to build like, all right, so you know, a lot of fighting games are popular on PC. Let's get out of here. But you know, Sam Show has a completely, you know, splintered off player base between the different versions, and yeah, it doesn't feel like any of the decisions regarding its release were made kind of with the community in mind. They all seem to be, they come across as kind of narrow-minded, short, you know, minded. Ooh, nice. Every time I get a power up, I'm like, oh shit! The power bomb was the one that felt very expected. Everything else kind of like, oh, huh, nice. So I guess we can just break these guys. Yeah. It's pretty satisfying. So I think like increasingly. Sam Show just kind of felt like it was kind of doing its own thing with no regard for the people who actually were going to play it. It's not to say that's what happened, but I think people would be justified in feeling that way. Like it just like eventually comes out on a platform where it's doomed to not find an audience. I wonder. Well, we'll figure that out when we get there. And the thing is too, like you're saying that like unless you really want to play that game, there's few compelling reasons to pick that one over other games. Like the thing is, of course, it is a very distinctive game. There's like really nothing else like it, which is why it's such a shame that it's like, I know it's kind of a, oh, hello, can I screw attack this guy? It doesn't look like it. I'm just assuming that I'm gonna hit something, and I'm hitting jack shit. I'm also assuming that I can like tank all of this, but I'm taking not insignificant amount of damage here. I haven't fought these guys in so long, I'm like assuming that they're completely trivial at this point, but they still do damage. I admittedly have not fought like 6 of them at once before. In fact, I'm not sure if I've ever fought more than one at a time. Landing hits though. Oh, I didn't mean to aim downwards. So much for that. Alright, we should be good now. Not a single super missile refill though. I like bump them up with a blocked hit, and then there we go. Yikes. There's like some contention I've seen like among people that there's, you know, there's a crowd of fans who enjoy Zero Special, Samurai Showdown Zero Special. And there is a official release of that game that does have good rollback netcode. And even if you didn't play that, you can play it on Fightcade. So like I know there's been people who kind of get very annoyed at people who suggest that if you want to play Samurai Showdown online, you can just play Zero Special. And I mean, that is true, but also that it's a different game. Like, you know, there being a good online version of Third Strike doesn't help someone who wants to play Street Fighter 4 or whatever, you know. What's up, Newborg? Happy Monday. I was very close to saying happy Thursday today. I don't know what it is with me and weekdays. I was about to say I don't know what it is with me and weekdays today, but that wouldn't even be accurate because I start every stream being confused about what day of the week it is. It is an old game, but yeah, that's the other thing too, right? Like it's... Ooh, that power up, the pickup thing up top there required space jump, and there's a door to the left. We should go there. So we should actually not leave. Well, actually, did I just save? Well, no, my weapons aren't refilled, so yeah, let's save here. Let's go back. It's not just the fact that you might want to play one game and not the other. I think it's also definitely, you know, wanting to feel, you know, wanting to have that ability to get excited for a new game in the series that you like. Like, you know, I think for a lot of people, saying like, oh, you know, let's forget about the new game and just go back to playing the old game. To a degree, it kind of feels like admitting defeat, right? You know, you kind of like don't want to have to, you know, to do that, basically. Because you want that new game, you want to be excited for it. Oh, okay. I kind of misread the map, and I didn't realize we weren't going to be able to come back to that item. But we're finding a bunch of interesting stuff here instead. Well, that was kind of stupid. It's cool that the game, you know, that there is that older game, what have you, but to being told that like the answer to the new game, like wanting to play that online and being told that like, oh yeah, nope, that's never gonna happen. You should instead be excited about playing this old game. There's no reason we couldn't have both, right? Like, I guess that's the main thing. There we go. Admitting defeat, I think, is maybe not the right word for it, but what I mean is like, they're not the alternatives of playing the new game or playing the old game are not equal. As someone who finally, you know, as a Sam Show fan, you finally get a new game and you're excited about the new game and then realizing, well, I can't really play this, so back to the old one it is, I guess. Like, some people are just going to be more into the old game anyway. Some people are like, you know, I'm new to these games, it doesn't really matter, I'm fine playing either. But there's going to be, you know, a segment of people who are dedicated to the old game, and there's going to be some people who just want to play the new game. And for fans of the new game to be told, wait, can I? Okay, I was going to say, can I screw attack these guys? I guess not. To be told, like, oh yeah, forget about the new game. Like, the old game is going to continue to be the only one that matters. I think is like a bit shitty. Well, Street Fighter 4 does not have great online, but that's a little bit beside the point. I just picked whatever as an example. The more relevant part of that comparison is that Street Fighter 3rd Strike and Street Fighter 4 are very different games. So being able to have a good online play in one of them is not really a substitute for the other. Right, so I didn't quite mean to drop down here, but that's fine. The speed booster jump block thing over there is obviously not going to be a thing for as long as there's water, and I don't have a gravity suit. Yeah, like I guess it could. One might make the argument that the Samsho games are more similar to each other than the Street Fighter ones are in that particular example. But again, I think that's splitting hairs. The point is that, like, you wanting to play one game, you know, I guess Guilty Gear is another thing. Like, obviously, Exert, or not Exert, but Accent Core got updates and stuff, and you can play that online very well right now, I take it. But, like, if we imagine that it didn't have that version, and for people to say, like, oh, you want to play Accent Core? Well, you can play Strive. That has good online. Like, if you don't want to play Strive and you want to play Accent Core, it is kind of beside the point what Strive's online is like. And I guess that's the exact situation that Samsho is in. Samsho is short for Samurai Showdown, which was brought up in conversation because earlier today, SNK revealed, or they released the trailer for Baiken from Guilty Gear, who is the final DLC character for that game, or for this season anyway, but I can't imagine there being more. Alright, let's try this again. I guess we can, yeah, we'll just go up. I guess it's shorter from this way. No, actually, we need the speed boost. Yeah, I think we need to go this way. Which should be a little easier with the screw attack anyway. Yeah, it's originally, it's an SNK series debuted on the Neo Geo. And the most recent game, which was the first in many, many years, came out in 2019. Originally, and then it came out on Epic in 2020, and then it came out on Steam in 2021. So this, yeah, you needed to... oh, wait, no, I guess I'm wrong, because we enter it from the right. But I had a feeling that I would need to break these speed booster blocks to get here. Nice. This is actually valuable. We don't have a lot of super missiles, so... wait, where are we at in Metroids? 8 Metroids left, huh? But I would say, if nothing else, it would appear that SNK has learned something from the debacle that is the weird staggered release of Samsho, which is that King of Fighters 15 appears to be getting a release on all of its platforms simultaneously. Thank God. Okay, let's save and then go back up top. Gnuborg, as far as getting to this game, like anything that gets C indeed to get taken down, like if it's been on the internet, you know, it's gonna be on the internet. I did exactly what you just described to get hold of this game, via some, you know, maybe some Reddit threads or whatever to find my way. Let me just double check there's nothing more on the right. Doesn't look like it. So I'm, there's been like some community patches and stuff. Like, I've never played this before. I don't know anything about this game really before this. But there's like a launcher, the AM2R launcher, which requires you to have a particular older version for the launcher to kind of... oh, is this like a fast travel thing? I guess it is. That is interesting. That is interesting. I don't remember exactly where I went to grab what I needed, but I literally Googled after like AM2R, and so okay, there's some screw attack blocks in each area, and that's how you like fast travel. That's pretty cool. That's like not a typical Metroid thing. Like I can't. You'd have to use your best judgment on what links you dare click, because I don't know where. I don't remember what links I clicked to get it, but I think it was like someone posted a like mega link in a Reddit thread or something. But that's kind of what I would expect. What are the bottlenecks from bringing newer games to Fightcade? Street Fighter 4 on Fightcade might be popular, for example. Well, simply put, it's emulation, right? Everything that runs through Fightcade is... I don't know specifically what emulation it uses, or if it's probably a lot of different emulators, or how that works, because there's a lot of different platforms. I don't know if it's all MAME or whatever it is. But it's in order to achieve like rollback netcode, I'm a layman, so take my explanation with a grain of salt. But basically, the way rollback netcode works, which is what Fightcade uses, you kind of have to record the state of the game sort of in multiple times. Like you have to sort of... It's kind of like running 5 instances of the game at once. And each instance might like diverge in a different direction based on the inputs changing. And you can kind of swap from one instance to another if it turns out that that instance was actually the correct... Like, the emulation sort of will predict... The game will predict what might happen. And if it turns out, when you receive packets from your opponent, that something else happened, you have to kind of adjust and update the game. And doing that requires like keeping track of the game in multiple, like not just one state, but kind of multiple states. It's basically like taking like save states constantly. And this is not... it requires not insignificant amounts of resources to do. Which is why it's easier to do for older games. Obviously, there are modern games that do use rollback netcode, but there's a vast difference between a game that was built for, built with that in mind, and it's like integrated into the game itself. With Fightcade, because it's all emulation, you have to emulate the game, and that whole system is like wrapped around the game itself, which means that it would be exponentially more complex and computationally expensive to achieve that. Let's, take Mortal Kombat 11 or Injustice or whatever. Like, those games have rollback netcode. But if you were to take, a PlayStation 4 emulator and emulate a copy of MKX, taking that, like, not using the actual netcode of the game, but applying some sort of rollback netcode in this hypothetical PS4 emulation would be like massively more resource intensive prospect. So there are rollback solutions, I guess, for Smash Brothers Melee, and I guess like I don't even know if it's done with rollback actually, but I know there's people who play like Def Jam, Fight for New York and stuff like that. But I think that is about like the sort of upper limit to what we're currently capable of doing, is my understanding. Yeah, Gnuborg, the AM2R launcher should be perfectly fine. Like, you should be able to find that perfectly legitimate. And as long as you feed the launcher the 1.1 version of the game, you're not gonna, like, outside the launcher itself, you never have to, like, double click any EXEs or anything. So as long as the launcher identifies the 1.1 copy of the game that you provided as legitimate, I'm assuming it's doing some, like, checksum checks or whatever. I assume you should be fine. I assume you should be fine, just like I assume that I am fine, because that's what I did. Glowforge and anyone else, if you are, if you're interested in learning more about rollback netcode, there's like Hold Back to Block did an excellent little mini documentary about it, interviewing a lot of people who are far more knowledgeable about it than I am. So I assume if you go on YouTube and just search for rollback documentary, I think you would probably find that one. It's pretty informative, but hopefully my layman's explanation is not completely wrong. That's my understanding of it anyway. So we're back over here now, and there happens to be, on that top right, a power bomb door. And I guess there are Metroids in this area still, so there might be a Metroid behind there. I kind of picked a sort of fast travel tube on a complete whim. But I suppose we might as well... I mean, this is where we ended up. Well, you know, there's some conspicuous little gaps in the middle of other areas, which probably also have fast travel tubes. So, but we might as well start here. And by the time we feel like we're going to leave this area, we can maybe go back there. But also, if we take the kind of traditional route to find some... maybe get some items along the way or whatever. On this area here, for example, in the power plant thing, whatever it was, those two blocks look very conspicuous in the middle there. So there's probably some space or screw attack blocks to break, because we definitely passed some screw attack blocks previously. We'll see. But since we're here, let's go up and to the right and see if we can get some stuff. Yeah, I think the progression of items has been really good. Like, I'm really rather impressed with this game. And it definitely makes me very curious to, if not play, at least see more of the original Metroid 2, just to get a better understanding of what went into, like what kind of creative choices were made. So I could never actually figure out how you get to that missile. But it's funny, it looks like there's some cracked piles here, but the screen actually transitions. Well, it's just a missile upgrade, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, I thought that was a yellow door. Maybe screw attack? No, power bomb probably. Let's take a bet. Yep, and speed booster. Fucking hell, there's always more. And there's an item. Are you supposed to do some fucking absurd Shine Spark storage? Alright, okay. Well, I figured there was nothing mission critical here. Well, I guess I did just guess that there might be a Metroid behind there. Clearly that was not the case, but... there is that thing above that save room. Let's see if that's a thing. Have the people who worked on this made anything since? I have no idea. I really don't know anything about anyone who worked on this. Oh, wait, fucking hell. I was gonna say, maybe you can do something weird like this. Like get through there, but the power bomb stuff is still gonna... those blocks are still gonna be there, right? So, like, I could have maybe landed and stored the dash, but even then, landing and, like, planting the power bomb, I'm curious to try it. I'm not maintaining the charge once I land. Are you not supposed to be able to do that? Maybe not. I'm not sure. surely... Yeah, like... I don't get it. But it's you know, it's still intriguing that you can be pretty baffled. Still working on this. Yeah, I know that there's like been some sort of unofficial updates or whateve, but like I said, I've not paid close attention. Like whenever this first came out, I was like, that's sick. I like Zero Mission. You know, this is probably going to be my preferred way of experiencing Metroid 2. I already know that I do want to play this eventually. I'll get to it when I get to it, and now I finally got to it. Oh, I wonder if this is I clearly got in there. Oh, it's like a missile block or something. Well, something it is. Oh, this is where I thought it was soft lock for a second, right? Yeah, I thought there was a... block like this, but... Huh. Oh, I wonder if I can... power bomb. I only have 2. Shit. Well, I assume I'm gonna have to power bomb these open. Yeah. It doesn't seem like I can access this area. So the question is, will the power bomb... Nope. Well, I guess that means that that's maybe not the answer then, but how do I... Because that's not gonna help. How do I move it? A missile. Nice. Okay. Got it. It'd be interesting. Like, I guess I would probably... It's funny, because, like, this game is well designed, and I feel like the people who made this game, just from having studied Metroid 2, and whatever else kind of inspiration they used to make this, I feel like they have enough... They probably learned enough to be able to design an original game. Part of me kind of would almost want, like, it seems like a weird thing to say, but I feel like part of me would still, like, prefer them to make another Metroid fan game than something wholly original. I guess because, like, I would do this and see. There must be something here, but I cannot figure out where. And I say that mostly because, as we've discussed before, I wouldn't particularly say that I'm a big fan of this genre, this style of game, but I do like the Metroid series specifically, the 2D Metroid games. So, you know, something that could have like this art style and this atmosphere and this tone and gameplay style, I guess I have more trust that that would end up being something I enjoy, as opposed to whatever they might come up with if they were to do something completely original. Of course, that's just like my gut reaction. Obviously, that's just because I can't picture what that hypothetical other thing would be, and therefore in my mind I assume it to be something inferior, which of course is totally not fair, but that's just how my brain works. Oh, how do I get to that thing? I think so. That circle block under the save room is an item, but I think I have to go around, go down to the like bottom Metroid room, take the elevator up or the pipe, and then maybe break through that wall to the right or something. Because the square with the item is only on the map because you pass through it in that pipe, and there's no like breaking out of the pipe as far as I know. So I think we want to go through. That's my best guess. But we're gonna go around anyway. Well, I guess we can go through. It's probably slower though. Support on Switch. That's interesting. Pretty cool, actually. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know anything about Switch jailbreak, homebrew type stuff. I mean, I barely know about regular Switch stuff. Oh, Plasma makes those guys a little easier. Go get another thing on the map here. Yeah. We're going down to the bottom. Let's try that. That's kind of a guess. I don't know that that's how I get to where I want to get, but we'll give it a shot. There's an item here at any rate. Monk. Jizzle? I'm not sure how to read that. Welcome, welcome. I should play Zoop. That's a random comment. I'm familiar with the game. It seems incredibly stressful. It seems really, really difficult. I'm not sure if it's quite my jam. Doesn't, I would say it doesn't look like a bad game, but curious what prompted that comment. Right, let's see if this is correct then. Let's see. Because if the top right room over there, again, I don't think there's any dropping down other than going through that pipe. Well, we can just try this just in case. Well, killed some enemies. Okay, well, that guess was incorrect, I suppose. If anyone plays it, you see people playing old games, pops in your mind. I see, I see. Yeah, I wouldn't say that that style of puzzle game is my forte exactly. I'm a big fan of Magical Drop, which arguably is kind of in the same genre, but when I think of Zoop, it makes me think of Klax. And Klax is a game that it is cool, but it's like overwhelmingly complex and difficult. So yeah, there's that thing. Do we get a ball from over? Oh, might as well save here. So those balls never showed up until we, I don't know, we sent out the birds or whatever. So whenever we have one of these things, it's still the question of where do we find the ball to charge it. I don't remember if we finagle our way. I mean, obviously you can do it the boring way, but yep, there's some. Ooh. Yeah, you can't shoot your beam Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of a fun, like... I'm really impressed with this game, like, not just set pieces, but also, like, mechanics and stuff like this, and the way they've been kind of paced throughout the game, like, being introduced, like, incrementally, like, yeah, it's just really well done. Okay, this is... peculiar? Speed booster thing or something? Kind of looks like it. Wait, I guess I fucked up by breaking these blocks? No? Okay. That worked. Well, that's nice. Like, even stuff like this, like these little one-off puzzle rooms, or like, you know, there's an item. We've seen this room a long time ago. We're finally getting back to it. And even though it's just like, oh, it's just a little thing. A super missile is not nothing. Oh, yeah, shit, I should... Yeah, I think there's a fast travel room there. Well, actually, what I should be doing is... save here, and then I should take a break, because I've been going for 2 hours. And, I should remember to take breaks. Man, I was kind of hoping to beat the game, but I mean, we still might. But I feel like there's a lot of exploration to do just for stuff. Like, I don't really want to go hunting for items. Like, I would kind of rather try to go finish the game. But it's not really clear where I can go to do that. I want to say that there's at least one other yellow door. We still don't have the gravity suit, and in that bottom section, the blue part in the middle, I think all those unexplored vertical rooms are because of lava. So maybe there's some stray Metroids we have to kill in order to trigger another earthquake to be able to progress further, which means that I guess we should be doing some exploration in areas that we've already been to see if some screw attack blocks or yellow doors or something is going to lead to, or even this room that's in the center of the map right now with the unexplored door to the left. I want to say that's a power bomb door. For all we know, that could lead to an entire new area. I mean, it seems unlikely, but not impossible. The stuff hunting in this is kind of fun. Yeah, it's like it's placed at a point in the game where it makes sense. In Zero Mission, you really have to, like, just fucking yank the handbrake right in the middle of the momentum towards the final boss to go spend time grabbing stuff that's mostly inconsequential. It doesn't feel that way in this game, I think. We're not, like... I don't think we're, like, completely in the end game. There's 8 Metroids left. But we still don't have the gravity suit, and there's still... you know, a little bit left, I guess. Probably no, like, major new areas, maybe, but... oh, yeah, that's... I was gonna say, what's there on the bottom? But that's the underground temple-looking thing. Or not underground, underwater, rather. Anyway, like I said, I need to take breaks more often, so I don't know. So I don't not take breaks. I'll be away for a couple of minutes, just taking my eyeballs off these screens, stretching my legs and whatnot, and maybe go to the bathroom. I advise you guys to do the same. If you've been sitting on your ass for as long as I have, just do a little bit of stretching. That's probably good for your health. In any case, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you guys then. All right. I've returned. Just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I figured we'd be making some rapid progress and we'd be finishing up the game pretty quickly. May not be the case, but we'll see. Since we're here, I'm gonna drop down here, and who knows when we next might have the opportunity to grab that item. Did I just screw attacked that block unintentionally. Could there be more Metroids here? I mean, there could. All these taunting speed booster blocks. At least that one seems a little more understandable. I want to say this is probably another room where... Ooh, that's an energy tank. What the heck? Well, I guess if there's a... That's not true. I was going to say if there's a screw attack block, it would not be destroyed by the bomb. I guess it wouldn't, but it would still be like exposed, wouldn't it? Alright, okay. That was pretty tricky. That's the button. That's just a fake block. You just jump right through it. Well, yeah, that barely drained anything. It sounds like it's gonna drain a lot, but it really doesn't. Especially given that we just fucking got another energy tank. That's sick. Oh boy. I wonder if... Well, actually... I was gonna say, I wonder if, like, the gravity suit or whatever would, like, make it so that you don't take damage from this, but honestly, you take such little damage that it's, like, completely trivial. Oh yeah, the bomb. Oh, right, fuck it, that doesn't work. I'm trying to just determine... There we go, okay. So it's this, right underneath this block. So there is a visual cue. There's a little block, like... Ah! Almost. I think it's like for a missile, so it's like whatever, but... A few pixels over too far on the other side. Nope. Gotta do a somersault to not trigger that. I guess it's easier if I start from this direction. No, it's... Oh, I did it. Okay. I'm just like... I want to take the opportunity of doing Shine Spark to get an item that I can actually figure out how to do. So much of it is like pretty tricky. Well, we kind of got more than we bargained for there, didn't we? We wanted to collect the one item, and we got 2 more, including another power bomb. So we actually have a few of those. Like, and I feel that's plenty because, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen at the end of this game, but typically, like, you just want to have a power bomb for when you need one, and it's nice to have a little more, you know, elbow room there, but more than 8 doesn't seem like having a max of 8 or 10 doesn't seem like a really meaningful difference. So I want to go down here. And I want to see if actually just doing this is fast. Yeah, this is faster than running. I want to see if maybe there's a yes. I wasn't sure if I could get here from this side. But okay, you can get here from either side. I guess that's how you would design a fast travel thing sensibly. Do I want to go? Okay, it's right. Since we're here, and I don't know when I'll have a reason to go back here anytime soon. Let's do this to like break some blocks to see what's up. Yeah, this thing closes behind us. Oh, but you can do that. Okay, okay. Okay, that's the part I didn't necessarily explore thoroughly. I guess we know that it's a missile. Can I go? No. But wait, what about... Actually, no, this isn't gonna help, is it? No. Because this is just what a hallway. Man, I'm kind of stumped. Because on the far left, on the other side of that wall, there didn't seem to be a way to get access. Well, ultimately, it's for a missile. It's... Oh, we're still in the pipe. You still can't actually get out of the pipe there. Well, maybe if you bombed it or something. Well, whatever. I'm not gonna spend any more time or brain power on a missile. Ah, this did not take us where I thought it would. I assumed, naively, that all of these things would take us back to this little shuttle hub. Not the case. Well, where can we even go from here? It's a new area, so... Okay, not what I expected. Oh, okay, so it does connect. Oh, there was probably lava here before. Actually, yeah, probably. Okay, but this is still good. I wonder... Okay, we should go inside the tower because there's an empty gap there which might have more fast travel nodes. Do the arrows line up? It appears that they might. So yeah, looking at the left arrow pointing in that area on the right, it would line up with the square above us, or the row above us. So probably if we enter the door on the left there, we can screw attack through some wall to find more tubes. That would be my guess. So let's find out. That's a conspicuous little empty square, isn't it? Maybe you can get there from the outside. However, I do want to check out this center tunnel. I want to take a look at that one item and see if we can see if we can grab it. Actually, you know what? Let's not. But if I go back to the, we know that there's, no, then never mind. We actually did. Well, fuck. Well, we haven't tried all the tubes yet. So we should definitely complete the tube network. And beyond that, yeah. All right, there we go. Okay, oh, never mind. Okay, yes. I got these two areas mixed up because we did kind of check everything here for now. And we did go to this room in the center above the save room, but there's this stuff here. I'm sure we can get a tube up to this area, and then at the very, like where this teal colored area begins, at the very top left, there's a doorway, which I think is a yellow door. So let's tube our way there. So there's actually 3 upwards arrows here, or upwards tubes, and one of them obviously leads to this area. One I would assume leads here, but that leaves a third one unaccounted for, which is very interesting. So let's try those 2 that we haven't tried yet. Yeah, that's as expected. We try the center one. Ah, this one's broken. Wait, hang on. Never mind. Well, it is broken, yes, but it looks like it would be pointing downwards. Interesting. So I guess there's some kind of color coding here, but it's not represented on the map or anything. Well, let's see where this takes us. Right, okay, so this is where we wanted to go, which is exactly why I'm going to turn back and do what I arguably maybe should have done in the first place. And just orient ourselves a little bit, see where this leads. Okay, so this looks like progress. Potentially. I mean, it looks like it's connecting to something completely new. Do I still want to go back to this top right area? Yeah, let's do it. I mean, if we end up not finishing tonight, that's not the end of the world. We have plenty of time. We talked about this in the beginning of the stream, and actually on Discord as well earlier, where I was planning to finish this tonight, and then spend the rest of the week, Thursday and Saturday streams, to kind of pick up where we left off with the unboxing games, as well as unboxing those action figures. Ooh, right, there's another one of these here. But obviously, if we don't finish this game tonight, we're gonna prioritize doing that first. But if we don't finish tonight, I have a feeling that we're not gonna have that much of the game left. So it should be... Did I just fucking... Oh, okay, right. Got this thing. No. Fucking hell. That's better. So what is that power, actually? Just realized that's not super obvious. Oh, this was probably a gray door. Okay. Yeah, safeguarded by a lot of... What the heck? Well, I'm assuming this leads to, like, an item. But those speed booster blocks stay destroyed, so I guess we can... Oh, okay, cool. That actually revealed what's going on here. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. Okay, I guess we're meant to just fucking space jump all this. Wait, that doesn't work. You lose. Guess you can do a vertical or a diagonal jump. My first guess was that you need to just charge it right here and then fall down and then do a diagonal jump. But then I was like, wait, maybe you can just... maybe you can just space jump the whole way. But unless you maintain your forward momentum, you lose the charge. Oh! Did you guys catch what just happened? I jumped into the slope and started running with the charge. This makes me think that that's what you have to do. And I understand there's a bunch of really tricky / annoying ones like that in Zero Mission. I don't even fucking know. Okay, let's try doing it from the... Oh, yeah, okay. There's no way you can diagonal jump from the corner and actually hit these. How the fuck would you do that? Can you change direction? Can I diagonal up here and then, like, turn around? Like, if I feel like if I turn... Actually, let's give that a shot. If I turn around mid-air, do I immediately lose the charge? Yes. Like, I hit the wall, I lose the momentum, I immediately lose my... So, how the fuck do I... Well, I guess... Can I... Let's experiment. Okay. You can actually trigger the Shine Spark, like, mid-jump. So I probably don't have to re-jump here, but it's so fucking hard to do, though. Like, I don't know, maybe it's not hard, but it's a little unintuitive. Alright, I give up. The thing is, like, I don't know the mechanics of it that well. And it's a little too frustrating, a trial and error thing, when I don't know how it works. Like, I feel like it's difficult enough if I know exactly what I'm asked to do. But to piece together what you can do and how it's gonna, like, how it all connects, I just don't have the patience for. The bikini armor room? You elaborate? Also, what's up, Dan? Alright, we haven't been here in a long time. Not even since the space jump. So let's get some map. Fill out some squares. But yeah, I was kind of told that in Zero Mission, there's quite a few items that are... that requires some silly stuff like that. To do these, like, Shine Sparks, to land on slopes, and, like, multiple, like... Actually, I didn't even try that in this game. Surely it's in this game, where you can do the Morph Ball, Spring Ball Jump, Shine Spark, whatever. Spring Spark. Just making up names here. Doesn't she wear a bikini in the NES Metroid any? She does, yes. Just don't know if or how that room had anything to do with that. Alright, yellow door, as I recalled. Yeah, I figured there wouldn't be anything of that exciting or importance. I actually kind of wish it would have been a Super missile upgrade would have been more worthwhile, but you know, this didn't take a huge detour to collect. All right, let's get back to. Actually, I might as well save. But then we head back to that new unexplored area, wherever that is. Yeah, there's something somewhat satisfying about just uncovering more of the map, even though the game doesn't like track it or anything that I know of. Yeah, okay. Just want to see that I knew how to do that. Yeah, we can enter this. Okay, yeah, there's a save room right here. Whatever. Oh, I still have to do this. I'm also not at all in the right room. What the fuck? I guess you... I don't... Oh, maybe it's... No, I guess we have to go around. I guess not every room like this is accessible from both directions. Man, having a button for the... Oh boy. Oh, that's where the... Okay, yeah. Having a button for Morph Ball is such a nice quality of life feature. Just makes navigating like so much smoother. And it's one of those things that like similar to having the like holding to switch weapon as opposed to toggling between the list. Like one of those things that when they added it, it's like it seemed so obvious in hindsight, kind of made you think like, what were they even thinking in Super Metroid, having you toggle between power bombs and super missiles and X-ray scopes and grappling beam? Like you can't even use like, there's no reason for you to ever have the power bomb equipped if you're not in a morph ball. And if you are in the morph ball, like all the other weapons are like meaningless to equip. So yeah, I definitely prefer how it was done in Zero Mission. Interesting. Yeah, so when I'm standing in front of this, you have the same effect as when you shoot those balls, and I cannot shoot. Not even missiles. This seems foreboding. I'm imagining that we're gonna have to deal with this. Yeah, I guess technically, like, there are weird tricks in Super Metroid that I guess kind of make use of that, but by and large, like, it's a clunky system. And I think, you know, even if it was streamlined by necessity in Zero Mission, I'd much prefer it. Can't bomb here either. But I can power bomb back here. And having a morph ball button is like, yeah, that feels better and more significant than having a dash button. Okay, so maybe... Okay. Oh, fuck. Ah, okay. So, clearly we're gonna receive some kind of ability. Well, maybe not, but... Well, I suspect we'll get some ability to deal with this. I wonder if... Yeah, okay, I was gonna say... Power bombing probably works. But I don't think they would require you. Okay, looks like we're getting a suit upgrade. Dude, this is pretty fucking sick. Liquid friction eliminated, improved defense. Hell yeah. I even forgot about that. You actually get... Yeah, okay, so... This shit doesn't affect us now. You take even less damage with the gravity suit. Yeah, that was a really fucking cool little set piece. I mean, it's such a small thing, but it adds so much. Like, this game does such a great job with that shit. Great. Well, now we have definitely new avenues to explore. Yeah, the progression of items and pacing of all that shit is so well done in this game. Huh. Of course, yeah, it takes us down here to the section that we couldn't get to, of course. So, maybe the part here in blue, I'm pointing at my screen as if you can see it, but in the blue area, we can go down, and if this is anything like the previous games, we should be able to do this in the lava with the gravity suit. Interestingly, there hasn't been much water. There was water over all the way back here, but we just drained it. So there's not a lot of, like in in Super Metroid, there's Meridia, and there's some water stuff in Criteria. There's like some pretty conspicuous water stuff that you've been kind of seeing parts of for a long while before you get the gravity suit. This is like less conspicuous like that, but it's still like you would think that it's satisfying to get the solution, get the key for the lock that's been taunting you throughout so much of the game. This doesn't really do that all that much, but I would have thought that would feel like unsatisfying, but it hasn't really, I don't know, it's felt pretty good. But I guess, I don't know. Some things that could be problematic or like non-ideal in terms of pacing and stuff. I think there's a possibility of some of that. Although I guess it cuts both ways. I was gonna say you can kind of feel differently about that when you're playing something for the first time. But I guess if anything, pacing would. The first time is probably when you would kind of notice the most that stuff is like poorly paced. But I don't know. Interesting. Okay. Ah, okay. Yeah. We saw the Grey Door before. So this is just, yeah, this is cool. Like, this whole system, it sort of creates almost like Dark Souls style shortcuts, which I don't feel like are a big thing in Metroid games otherwise. Like sort of environmental puzzles and figuring stuff out, or the map design just having to be designed that way that eventually you'll come back. I mean, even just permanently unlocking, like even doing anything that has permanent change in the environment is usually sort of limited to very specific cuts, or like not cutscenes necessarily, but like set piece stuff, like the the glass tunnel that you break to enter Meridia in Super Metroid and stuff like that. So this game feel like has more of that in general, but also specifically unlocking doors in that way is pretty cool. Turns out there's a lot of pretty cool stuff in this game. Wait, I guess that was silly. I guess the entire point of coming back here was to get back into here. Wait, how did I? Okay, yeah. Well, whatever. Okay, we filled out the map. That's fine. Ooh, there's a thing here. Wait, right, we already did this. This was like this was when we were first introduced to this shit. We're just heading back to the left side of this entire building so that we can... Yeah, I have to go up here. Actually, wait, where does this thing lead me? I haven't traveled through this one. Unless it, like, takes me to the other side of the map, but... Yeah, okay, there might be stuff here. Oh, okay. What is the deal with these things? Because one of the paths we could take in that other, tunnel had one of these. And it seems like I currently have no means of getting past them. So this should be straightforward. Yeah, just run through here. Damn, we get so many powerbomb upgrades. Oh, this probably goes down to where we're heading, actually. So might as well take a shortcut. Yeah, cool. That worked out well. Like, it's kind of interesting, I guess, in Super Metroid, you have that, you get introduced to areas, you have the map. I think, of course in the manual, you see the different areas marked out, but even in the map in the game, there'll at least be a sense of there being areas that in a lot of cases, you get introduced to them, but you don't really get to explore them until later. So you have that sort of tease of these areas. But in this game, it's kind of like, everything seems a little more unknown, and it's not until you get to an area and you're like, oh, cool, there's a whole area like this, or, which is interesting. It's kind of a different approach, and I'm not even sure I would say one is better than the other, or that I have a preference, but it's refreshing to play this and realize that, like, oh, that's pretty cool. It's not, like, at all done like the template or anything. It's doing kind of a different thing. Yeah. Oh, I did get one super missile back. Let's see if we can hit that. Nope. Are these guys tougher than before? I don't know. I feel like 2 supers should kill one of these, but maybe not. Well, evidently not, but... Nice. Oh, I guess those were the last Metroids in this area. 6 left. Nice. Progress. Progress. Oh, earthquake. Interesting. Maybe we needed the lava to drain after all. Speed booster? Yeah, figured. I guess it takes a little longer to build up speed booster, maybe? Actually, I probably just... yeah, I was just, like, exactly short of it. This looks like maybe another Metroid. Well, no, actually, there shouldn't be any more Metroids here, so... let's see if... What else we can find here. Oh, okay. I see. What is an item or something? Well, who knows? Still nice to explore, get stuff. No, okay. I was gonna say speed booster here, maybe. Okay, let's go back to the other room. Oh, okay. Ooh, interesting. Oh, that's probably just going up into that little unexplored space. Yes, indeed. Well, we got 14 of these things. Okay, this is a one-way trip. But we can make it back to the underground part easily, one way or the other. I'm gonna guess that the next room also has to have another tube. I don't see any other explanation. So obviously we can't go back from the right through this room because of this little construction. Unless somehow it gives me an upgrade that lets me shoot the goop. I mean, that seems highly unlikely, but... Actually? Maybe not so unlikely. Ice beam. I guess I just assumed that we had everything because we had the plasma beam. But here we go. Yeah, my my gut instincts are awful. That looks so sick though. Well, I'm glad we decided to take this little detour. That worked out very well for us. It's like, again, obviously that's just bias from having not played this game before, or maybe the opposite. This just looked like a fucking boss room. I'm assuming I need to missile this guy, probably. In the head, probably. Dude, how fucking difficult is that? Fuck. Can I... Fuck, do I hit this thing? Okay, I can hit the body. It looks like it's having an effect. Yeah, okay, good. I was like, do I have to hit the head? Like, that's crazy. Oh, shit. Okay. I guess it does something. Makes it so that he can't leave. Oh, he's like fucking speed booster. Alright, calm down. Can he not leave? No, I guess he can still leave. I was like, did I disable the tunnels or something? But I guess that's not the case. I can't gain more missiles, though. It's not dealing an awful lot of damage, so... Oh, maybe those things... I was gonna say, maybe that's the thing I can shoot and drop stuff, but... Okay, he's not dealing no damage. That seems like it hurt him a bit. Yeah, okay. That seems pretty cool, actually getting to use power bombs or something other than opening an occasional door. It's pretty tough to avoid him. Fuck that up, but... I'm like a really low health now. Well, not as low as that guy. Dude, the boss fights in this game are really fucking cool. Whew. Well, luckily I could kind of tank that. Great. Okay, well, I guess that means we can get through that tunnel at the bottom. I want to say that there's some other goop that stopped us at some other point, but maybe I'm getting it mixed up with the one we actually could pass by going through the ceiling. Or floating. That's a really cool touch. I wonder if there's a save room here to the left. I mean, we're not, as far as like regular enemies goes, we're not in like critical health, so it should be fine. Probably gonna take us back there. Let's see where this takes us. Yeah, we got the swimsuit. Okay, this looks like another room with a bunch of item stuff or something. Oh, I fucked that up. That actually doesn't seem super difficult, though. But there's probably more to it, right? There's like slopes and shit. I don't know. Well, I'll try to get through that first one and see if we figure it out. Yeah, see, I need to like land here and assume there's... Actually, never mind. There's enough distance here that I could charge up a new one. But also, that doesn't seem to be what's going on here. Not expect this to be so expansive. There's a lot to explore here, considering there are no Metroids here. But for the most part in this game, exploration seems to equal Metroids. Ooh. Well, in some cases, equals E-tanks. And it's very nice. I wonder if that's all of them. In Zero Mission, we actually ended up collecting every energy tank that you could collect. By the time you reach... You know, we had like 10 out of 12 or whatever, and like the last couple requires the gravity suit, which you get at the very end. And or the power bomb, whichever. Okay, it looks like there's more to that room. But nothing vital, probably. But the way the UI looks here, it looks like we have about as many... Let's do that, because that was cool. We have about as many energy tanks as we can probably get. Oh, I fucked that up. Oh, whatever. It thawed. Yeah, okay. So now we're back. There, I see. So the question is, where can we now... Where would we have been stopped? No, actually, that's not much of a question. Yeah, I gotta space jump this. What I was going to say is, where did we... Where did we fall short on account of not having the ice beam? And that may be a thing. But we did hear an earthquake. So... wait, how does this connect? Oh yeah, I guess we just... Okay, I guess we go around, because we were literally just here. We just happened to not. Okay. In any case, the ice beam may help us somewhere. But we also, when we killed some Metroids before, we got some... Oh, you actually can't speed boost through that guy. Okay. There was an earthquake and the lava may have subsided, but even if it didn't, we have the gravity suit, so that's definitely going to be our next stop. Can fill out some map squares here. There's a missile or something in the ceiling, right? Shit is... whatever. It's just a fucking missile upgrade. Okay, see, so we're actually right here. We haven't been able to save in a while, but I suspect that if we can get through the previously... the part that was previously blocked by lava, if that's like a new area, there's probably going to be a save room. What perplexes me a little bit is that I want to say that we are like in this, was it this? I don't know. I feel like when we were doing the fast travel bits and kind of going around places, at least one of the areas we went to, I think there were like still Metroids there. Okay, well it wasn't, well maybe there was lava, I don't know. But actually, well, whatever. We clearly could not have done that before. So that allows us to kind of come back this way. I see. Oop, that's how we felt. That's how we got there. Okay. But I wonder if this is going to be like the final area where we get the final 6 Metroids or something, or if it's something else. Yeah, we had to move the lava and then destroy that thing. I guess, you know, and we need to have this. Yeah, we're gonna get like all the power bombs. Maybe we have to have like fucking everything to get through this room. As I suspected, new area, save room. Okay. I wasn't sure if I should expect a new, like, new area with 6 Metroids to find, or if there were still the occasional stray Metroid in previous areas. Okay, so I guess, like, freezing to use platforms, not a thing in this game. Alright, is our swimsuit lava-proof? It is. At least this lava. It's kind of quirky that the ice beam just functions so differently in this game. It's cool. I don't mind it, but it's like peculiar. Okay. What the fuck is that? Well, I guess that's what that is. Missile tank acquired. Okay. Wasn't that hard? Ah, so there's that room. I see. I see. Oh, this would make sense if we're connecting back maybe to that area. Like technically we're maybe in this area and there were 2 Metroids left, but they're not actually here. They're actually like down here. Could be. Still says 0 right there, but oh, big. All right, we saw smaller versions of this enemy before. I think. They were like crawling, they weren't flying. Well, this is new stuff, at least. Exciting. Like my eyes keep darting over to the Metroid counter. I'm anxious to see it go up. Oh, I didn't realize I could just simply freeze those guys. Feels nice to be like upgraded and not have to give a shit about so much of what's going on here. Yeah, so this is another thing that this game does, which is kind of interesting in terms of aesthetics. You have rooms like this where, presumably at least, there's no secret like I can't break this block to go into the lava. Looking at the map, that it's like that's the bottom. There's nothing below it, but still, as far as the tile sets are designed in the game, not the tile sets, but like how the tiles are used. Sometimes there are kind of there's negative space. There's like open areas outside of the play area, which I feel like they never really did in Super or Zero Mission. I can see how that could like needlessly invite expectations of being able to explore areas outside the actual play area. But from an aesthetic point of view, especially when you're in these caves and stuff, having these like little gaps, I think it's a nice visual touch. Atomic Runner, what is up? Yes, we appear to be rather close to the end. Wow, even 80% completion. That's a lot. We've taken out, I guess, 9 Metroids so far tonight. About 6 of which were in the same room. So there hasn't been an awful lot of Metroid hunting, but we have made progress. We missed an item on the way there, apparently, but... Still waiting to discover... Okay. The Metroid counter going up. Okay, that's where we came from, I guess. Well... Oh, 1 Metroid detected in the area, okay. That's probably not going to be a regular old Metroid, I feel like. Well, whatever that would mean in the context of this game. Been a lot of different kinds. But this would be a sensible place for the game to throw something new and dangerous at us. Well, we can save first at least. And also the fact that it's just the 1. But the thing is too, like, there is that part on the map right by the start. Man, the map is fucking gigantic. That I don't know how we're gonna break through. There's something to break through there that looks like organic. So I feel like it's probably... It wouldn't surprise me if that's where we come out of the, you know, in the final escape sequence, we just come out that way. But it doesn't look like any other type of block in the game. But none of the areas particularly have like, and that's kind of been an interesting thing throughout the game. It's not like that you've 100% cleaned out each area as you go through the game, but the areas are kind of done one at a time. It seems, again, like I don't have super clear count of the Metroids exactly, but it's not like you do everything you can in one area and then an hour later you come back with the super missile and the wave beam, and then you can get to the other half of the area. Not really, which is kind of interesting. Like, it gives a nice, like, it almost feels like you're playing levels one after the other, which, you know, arguably makes it a little more linear, but I think they strike a really nice balance of making it feel, the progression feels kind of organic. I mean, if you know, Super Metroid is also pretty linear. It's just not linear in the sense that you still kind of go around the map back and forth a bit. And I mean, you do that here too, obviously. But it's, you know, and I don't think necessarily it's a inherent kind of win for a game like this to be fully open-ended. I don't think it's a good or bad thing. I think it's just completely up to how the map is designed and how the kind of flow works out. But I think this game has, like, successfully at least given the feel of being kind of, not open-ended per se, but, like, it doesn't feel like we're being railroaded from one thing to the next. Like, maybe Fusion is a little bit more like that. But we've never really been too stuck. Okay, not the Metroid type I was expecting. Maybe we'll get another Metroid scan. I'm like, I don't trust what's going on here. Oh, earthquake. Okay. Oh, maybe that will break that block in the lava so we can get past it. Obviously, the lava itself is no longer a hindrance to us, but... Ooh, scanning environment. One Metroid, okay. Yeah, it looks like the... Oh, hang on. Oh, okay. Yeah, it seems like some of the... What the fuck? Yeah, this is like shifted. Okay, but we're blocked here, so now we have to go back, and maybe there's another big Metroid up in the same room again or something. Yeah, the game, like, I don't know, it keeps you on your toes for sure. I've been very impressed with this game. I feel like it captures a lot of different aspects of what I like about Metroid, but at the same time doing kind of its own thing or doing things differently. Ah, interesting. Yeah, the whole earthquake thing is like handled surprisingly deftly and responsibly, I feel like. Because it could rather easily be kind of a weird contrivance. Alright, there's a shootout happening? Omega Metroid, the apex predator of SR 388. Alright. This is more what I was expecting. But dude, the build up, like, you're going around here, you're like, alright, there's gotta be a big ass new type of boss Metroid. Oh, there's one Metroid. Shit, it's gonna be it. Like, oh, it's just a alpha Metroid or whatever. Like, that's weird. Okay. And then, like, all right, you take it out, you go back. No, I can't go back. Like, I don't know. It's like, wow, it's fucking super well done. The final stage in the Metroid's life cycle. Very few managed to reach it. Well, we just saved, so... Actually, I should... Oh shit, that hits me. I want to figure out like how to actually hit it before I start wasting supers. I say as I start wasting supers. This seems kind of straightforward. Alright, okay, actually hitting the supers. And they probably have more health than the Zeta, but they don't move around as much, and they don't block their stomach. So I could actually just hit a bunch of supers. Which kind of made that easier, I feel. That means 4 Metroids left. Alright, new lore. Search and rescue team. Their mission, locate and extract any surviving personnel from the missing research team. I'm pretty impressed that there were, as of 5 seconds ago, there were anyone still alive here. So there's another earthquake after this, so now we can probably go back down to the lava. So yeah, I'm at this point feel pretty confident in assuming that we are heading into the end game right now. And my intuition has never been wrong before, right? Yeah, final Omega. I mean, obviously, I think it would be a little strange if what's left in the game is like 3 more of those things or whatever. Like, I assume even if there are no more Metroids than that, like there's got to be something. But we'll see. Oh man, it's getting late though. But I don't know. I wrap the stream up by 10, and it's 9:15 right now. But there's probably not more than 45 minutes left. Oh yeah, the lava's gone. We can fall down. And we could get through there. Yeah, because this part like fell down. Dude, this game's fucking cool. Checking, see if there's anything down here. Map. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. That's the Omega Metroid in Fusion. Yeah, like that's the thing. I don't remember anything from Fusion, and I don't know how much of the stuff in this game that is like made up. Obviously the main premise of going to the Metroid's home planet to hunt Metroids, like that's obviously taken from the original game, and I'm sure some set pieces are, but it's my understanding that this game has a lot of kind of original content, and it wouldn't surprise me if they just kind of increased the number of Metroids and increased the number of Metroid types. And to be perfectly honest, like I don't think the bug in Metroid, like I don't think they're very cool. I think it's an interesting like idea that like the super dangerous Metroids from the other games were just, you know, the babies. But the jellyfish design is like so much cooler and evocative than these weird bugs. Research team stuff new to this game. I guess that makes sense. I wouldn't expect them to put that kind of narrative heavy thing in the original, but I don't give a shit about it really, but it's easy enough to kind of ignore. I wouldn't assume that in the grand scheme of things that you know much liberty was taken with the Metro, like especially if you, as you say, if that thing was like in Fusion as well. I assume like that it's at least like faithful, but you know, as someone who never really played Metroid 2, I played Super Metroid and I played Zero Mission. Like I have played Fusion, but not to the point of actually remembering much of it. Everything to do with these weird bug Metroids to me feels like a little weird because it's so, I'm not used to it. It's not, you know, it isn't new because it was in Metroid 2, but it feels new to me. All right, so 3 Metroids in this weird eyeball bubble area, and there's 1 more left after that, I suppose. Well, I suppose 3 + 1 = 4. Oh, all the dark stuff in this game always makes me so uneasy. And I love that you get to these so visually distinct areas. You have like different fauna and everything in them too. This game is so fucking cool. I realize that a lot of what I'm excited about is because it's my first time playing this. Like, I feel like there probably realistically is equal amounts of shit to be blown away by its coolness in like Super Metroid. I'm just a little desensitized after 25 years of familiarity with it. Do you think that what we've seen of Metroid Dread looks bland because it's still in early development, or it's actually like that? That is making an assumption that what we have seen of Metroid Dread looks bland. That is not a statement I can comfortably get behind, which isn't to say that I think it looks amazing. I just don't really have an opinion on it. I feel like I've seen 1 room. I saw the initial reveal trailer. I haven't seen any of it after that. And it's like, All right, it's Metroid. It's polygonal. It's a space room. The end. Like, I don't know. I don't have opinions. I saw it whenever that was. I haven't looked at it since. I know I've heard people express that it looks, I don't know, people who were less than enthused with it. But I think, I'm not saying anyone who says that is wrong, or even that I disagree. I just, like, I personally don't have enough to base an opinion on. My first impression is kind of like, well, it's a new 2D Metroid. I'm excited. Like, it's polygonal. It's not going to be as appealing to me as something like this. So in that sense, I mean, yeah, it is what it is, and obviously that's not going to change. But, you know, we'll see. There's, it's hard to know what to make of it. Yeah, the, whatever it's called, the Nemesis. I don't know, it's a different vibe, but also, like, I applaud them kind of trying to go a little bit in a different direction. Like, I feel like I never thought I would see in my life a game that acknowledges fusion and, you know, a proper Metroid 5. It's the kind of Street Fighter situation, right? Street Fighter 3 made some bold changes in terms of characters and world and story, so they're like definitely afraid of setting anything in Street Fighter past Street Fighter 3, because that, I guess, means that they feel that they can't include certain characters and whatever, so everything gets shoehorned in between 2 and 3. And I felt like with Metroid, it was kind of like that too. Fusion, like, you know, Samus, like, fuses with Metroid DNA and she gets a weird organic flesh suit. And it's like, well, people didn't really like that, so from here on out, we're gonna make Metroid games set earlier in the timeline so she can have her classic suit, and we're just gonna, ooh, let's not, you know. That's kind of how it felt. So the fact that they're actually following up on that, and the fact that, you know, the whole iPod aesthetic is like barely existed the last time there was a 2D Metroid. So having something like that, it feel a little different, bringing in, you know, some Prime series vibes in terms of some of the aesthetics. I guess it's about what I would expect. So, maybe it's you know, at least that aspect of it is a little more mechanical than what we're maybe used to seeing, because there's a lot of more, like you say, organic stuff, caves and creatures. So maybe it's a little bit different in that sense. But I'm sure there's going to be a variety of enemies and locations and stuff. Or I hope so anyway. I'm going to buy it and I'm going to play it, so we'll find out soon enough. But at this point, for me, the fact that there's a new 2D Metroid kind of overshadows anything else. Which you could read as an indictment of what they've shown itself not being super compelling, but I don't know. Hello there. Oh, right, fuck, I forgot. This was a save room. I was like, I should save some of my supers. Forget again. I usually don't let him do the big leap that often, so I forget that it hurts you. Should get out. Oh, okay. I got him time. But I feel like this guy doesn't move as fast and he gives you more room than the Zeta Metroids. Okay, let's use another super. It's like when he jumps away, he does the big leap. Yeah, he doesn't like completely bully us in the corner, which would be pretty fucked, to be honest. So Yeah, I think this is maybe my first kind of complaint with this game. The first thing that I feel they kind of dropped the ball on a little bit, which is it seems a bit weird that these, like, across the board so far, these Metroids have been less threatening and easier to fight than the previous form of Metroid. Is that something that was kept from the from the original? I mean, I wouldn't know. That's interesting if that's the case. That sort of strikes me as something you'd probably want to change, because this doesn't seem intentional, I guess? I don't know. Okay, maybe there's going to be an earthquake after we deal with the 3 Metroids, and this is where we go down. Yeah, because that would align with maybe... Oh, we'll see. I mean, the Omegas are more powerful, I guess. They're larger. They probably have more HP, but they're just easier to hit. Like, the Zetas are just difficult to hit by comparison. I mean, hell, even the... Arguably, each form is, like, easier to hit than the last. Although the first ones, Alpha and Gamma, or whatever, like, they're about as easy to hit, I guess. Or about as annoying, both of them. Let's probably get out of the corner. Pretty small room here, but... He's dealing a lot of damage, actually. There we go. I should, like, I'm gonna want to go back to the save room to refill my health anyway. So, like, what's the point in preserving missiles? Like, the thing is, if I didn't have the ability to go back to the save room, I'd kind of be screwed anyway. Like, the health would be a bigger issue than the missiles anyway, so... Just fall like that. Either way, we can go back here, so it doesn't really matter. Like, I doubt that we're gonna do another Omega... And then after that, we will have to fight a boss again without the chance of refilling in between. That seems unlikely to me. So I should probably... My experiences so far tell me that I should probably be reasonably safe in... I mean, yeah, we're gonna go back to the same hallway, and we're gonna go back to that vertical drop there after we've taken out the third one. So we should reasonably be able to save in between. If not, we're not losing that much progress. So let's... Oh, that's bad. Wow, that was our last super, actually. But yeah, okay. No more Metroids in the area currently. One left in the entire game. Did I hear some rumbling? Or is that just my neighbors? No, I'm pretty sure that was some rumbling. Let's save. I mean, I'm at full health, actually, but, I definitely want to be stocked up on super missiles. Yeah, obviously I mean, that's the biggest thing about playing this over the original, right? The cramped view and the controls and the smoothness and like all that kind of stuff. Like even if this game had the exact same map layout, which I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Wait, is this where I go? Yeah. Even compared to Zero Mission, this is like more zoomed out. But it's cool, like it really gives a different flavor to this game. Yeah, Samus is like really tiny on screen, but it works really well. Like they make good use of it because there's some cool like environmental design, and it doesn't feel strange or like, I don't know. I feel like I've seen an example of people doing something similar with like taking art assets from old games. Like there's some Beats of Rage open board games that take like sprites and put them in like a higher resolution window and it can look kind of weird. But I think in this game it feels deliberate and it works well. It'll be interesting to see. Now there may be a little bit of a gap in between us playing them because there's some other stuff I want to do on stream. But yeah, I figured this would be a serious room. But it'll be interesting to see if Super Metroid feels kind of weird after this. Yeah, I think calling it more modern is not a bad way of putting it. It's like very sensible in its like changes and how it like, I don't know, it feels deliberate, all the things that it does a little different. And it would be very easy, especially for like a fan game, to do stuff differently and make it just feel like it's breaking from tradition and just being weird about it. But this feels smart, and all the stuff that it does do differently feels like it's like in tune with, it's in service of the game, whether it's mechanically or tonally or the atmosphere or whatever. I mean, that's the thing, like, yes, you can have a high resolution display, but it would still have been a deliberate decision to like change how large is Samus on screen versus like how much do you see of the environment. I can't imagine that they came up with this sort of size scale by accident. Yeah, the build-up. The tile set looks so beautiful too, with this like weird sort of underlit glyphs. And like we're out of that area, so there's something else here. This waterfall's like, oh, dude, this game is so beautiful. And these things, we still haven't, like, oh man. We're gonna learn dark secret about those weird things. Maybe it's like explained in the manual that they're just some kind of progress. Whatever. Yeah, no enemies, like foreboding music. Obviously we're not done. There's one Metroid left. 81% complete, one Metroid left. 5 hours. Yeah, this game's been pretty chunky. I mean, well, 5 hours for first. Well, this looks like a fucking boss room, doesn't it? Oh, the background looks fucking sick as hell, but I hate that when it's so open, you don't get a sense of like. There's no landmark. There's no sense of scale. When the background doesn't like scroll with, oh, this is like triggering, like, not exactly my fear of heights, but there's something adjacent to my fear of heights. It's so open. There's something about the openness about this that is like, I'm having a guttural reaction to how open this is. I feel so like exposed and weird. This is like making me really uncomfortable. shit, I wasn't expecting that. I was like, well, there can't be much here. I wasn't expecting to fall through. It's gonna be a thing at some point, I guess. So this definitely seems like it's might connect back up to the ship there, but like it's weird. Like I have a fear of heights, but it's like it's so hard to explain. It's not just heights, but like if I'm in a mall or a church or some other like structure with very open space. It's not the open space itself that makes me uncomfortable, but like for some reason, if I'm on a walkway on a second floor of a mall or something, if there's a high ceiling, that somehow elevates the discomfort I feel from the height. It's not just about fear of falling or anything. It's just like something about the geography of a space. And like, I guess being able to sort of have a sense of how high, I don't know. I can't, like I said, I can't really explain it. There's just something about the vastness of this background that kind of lightly, at least, triggers that kind of emotion for me, which is very strange, and you don't like ever see that in a Metroid game. And I don't get that if it's like outside. There's just something about like these kind of vast, open interior spaces that do a number on me. But legitimate, just, you know, heights in and of themselves can be bad enough. We were when we were doing, so like the city where I live hosted the world like skiing championships in 2015, and we did a our company developed an official like companion app for that. And as part of like R&D, we went to the ski jump slope tower things, and I don't even think we went up the highest one, but I was up there like at the top of the ski jump slope, and that shit made me mad uncomfortable. Just the idea of like going down that slope, like, Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, it looks bad enough when you see it like on TV, but being there in person and just seeing what that slope looks like from the top, yeah, I couldn't handle that. So it's not exclusively interior spaces, but it's something that can be a little bit extra. That was a cool room though. This game, dude, it's so fucking cool. Yeah, you saw there's like Chozo statues in the back and shit. Is this tile? Yeah, it's a different color. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like I don't have like agoraphobia or anything. Whoa. Okay. I don't have a fear, or like it doesn't make me uncomfortable. Open fields or anything, or like a you know, city square. That has no effect. It's just specifically about like the kind of height aspect to it, like vertical spaces. But yeah, I mean, it's of course it's okay. It's not. I'm not. 9 Metroids. Okay. So there's 9 Metroids left. Okay. I don't know. It's just like I can't think of the last time I played a game that triggered that reaction for me. I was just fascinated. And like I said, in Metroid games especially, you don't expect to have that kind of space in general. Locality is up. The developer of this game, huh? Well, you did a fantastic job. I'm very intrigued with this game. Well, we did just... I'm just like... I felt like I should explore the green area before I went to the purple area. Are you working on the fan updates? I see, I see. Not that cool. Well, hey, you're doing good work still. You're carrying the torch on what is a very cool game, so appreciate that. Also, I didn't catch at all what it was you said. That was like nothing stood out to me as looking strange, so you're good. Oh, nice. Okay. So, should I go to the purple? Oh, I'm so torn, and like we're kind of running against the clock here too, because normally I cut the stream at about 10 p.m., which is in 20 minutes. Stasis tanks, whatever. Okay. Well, okay. There's no turning back now. It's nice of it just to fall down on me. Okay, well, I guess there's a turning back. But fuck it. Let's forge ahead. I don't assume that we missed anything important. Or anything crucial, anyway. Yeah, the ice beam works differently in this game. Like, things fall down. And in this case, actually, it's quite helpful. I don't want to fight Metroids in here. Also, I'm pretty sure that is the weird goopy stuff that was blocking the path by the ship. This background is really fucking cool. Oh boy. The spikes are like... Oh, oh boy. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking die here. Okay. In this case, having the Metroids float would actually be quite helpful. Okay, that went a little bit better. Thanks. Save room is pretty far away. This is a really cool area. Whoa, okay, I was not ready for that. Okay, we got a little bit of health back. Oh yeah, okay, that was 8 of the 9 Metroids. Shaking, okay. Well, I don't want to fight a fucking boss at this health. Oh, this section wasn't too bad if I have to redo it. Spikes. Oh, hello. Queen Metroid. Ugh. The only Metroid organism naturally capable of producing offspring. Queen is the heart of the species and mother of every Metroid born on SR-388. The years have reinforced her torso to impenetrable levels. Genetic... Okay, well... Her mohawk's glowing. refill a little bit, but we're losing more health. Okay. Can't do it when it's flashing. Great refill there. Oh, maybe I don't have to. Okay. Yeah, I can hit her, whatever. I just can't do it when her Mohawk's flashing. Almost out of supers. And health. Okay, we're kind of alive. Oh. Okay, oh boy. Oh yeah, forgot about the charge bomb thing where it jumped fucking right up into a fireball. That's excellent. Alright, this is a pretty cool fight, but... it's hard to dodge. Okay. Great, getting fucking hit by these things. Yeah. I mean, we took like 8 billion damage in that one room from the METROID and the spikes. So, if we can avoid that, we should be in a lot better condition. Pretty damn rough to have to do all this, though. I guess we can check out this area. Oh, okay, so this is your... I see. This is your invitation to go clean up in the rest of the game. I get it. I get it. Well, we're not going to do that. We're going to try to go finish the game. But yeah, that, again, I like that a lot better. I mean, it's still possible to miss, evidently. I should have fucking used my brain and remembered that purple equals fast travel. The game definitely gave me all the information I needed. But yeah, in Zero Mission, the effort you have to go through to even get to go back to the rest of the map to do some cleanup is a little awkward. And even then, there's not that much reward in doing it. Alright. Well, I mean, we still, given that I felt like when we got into the... When we got to the Queen Metroid fight, I was like, well, we're already in bad shape. Survived a lot more of it than I expected. But yeah, the spike room is the actual dangerous part. Given how I've dealt with most of the fights in this game and just sort of tanking stuff and not paying too close attention to what I should be doing to dodge attacks and stuff, I still think I did a decent enough job of actually figuring out that fight. Okay, let's see if we can do the second one that decently. Nice. Okay, great. That went slightly better, wouldn't you say? Oh yeah, the trick. Yeah, we got a pretty healthy life refill there. Yeah, when you don't go through that shit in the spikes, like, this section is a lot faster. Yeah, the Lara, like, yeah, everything about this is really well done. Right? Fucking hell. Like, it took me a while to even figure out that I could, like, actually fucking hurt this thing. I just needed to heal up a little bit there. Somehow I'm doing this part way fucking worse now, but... That's fine. I need to kill them out here so I can actually get this shit. Dude, why am I timing this so fucking terribly every time now? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can get that stuff whenever she goes back. Also wait for her to close her mouth before you jump. Alright. Getting the hang of this. Alright, yeah, the time's different now. There we go. Okay, yeah, we're doing slightly better on health now than last time. Also, I didn't jump into the fireball. It's also... Wow, was that it? All right, I feel a lot better about this now. Nope. Okay. I was trying to see if I could hide under the jaw. Wait. Oh, I was behind the foreground. Oh, okay. Oh, boy. Oh, that does a lot of damage, I just realized. Alright, this seems like a safer way to avoid this because you still have time to drop. Okay, that's like half health from like touching the vomit just once or twice. Okay. I'm just looking at the map. Okay. We're in the blue area. Oh! That seemed like a good idea. Alright, that was pretty sick. Alright, self-destruct sequence or what? 0 Metroids. Go up. Well, we'll see where we can go. That was a cool fight as hell. Are we done, though? I don't know. Oh. I've seen the intro to Super Metroid. Oh, and it eats the things. See that? That's how we get through this shit. See, I figured there would be something special. Well, there's a lot that you could describe as something special in this game, I feel. I'm like elated right now. I think that was like a good boss fight and a good climax and a cool set piece all in one. Even if the weird crocodile insect Metroids aren't like, I don't know. The jellyfish are way cooler. But yeah, overall, like mechanically interesting and well-designed boss fights in this game. More of them than in Zero Mission, for that matter. Yeah, well, self-destruct. It's like it's a Metroid game, right? I just assume that there's going to be a self-destruct sequence. This is a rather peaceful and comfy alternative, though. Yeah, we're seeing more vegetation gradually. Dude, this is so well designed. And oh, dude, it's fucking nighttime. And everything. I mean, I think this looks different, right? What about these guys? Are we friends now? Well, I guess we were friends the whole time. I mean, frankly, the Mother Brain fight at the end of Super Metroid, I think, is a little dorky. I mean, it's cool, but she doesn't look that cool. It looks a little dorky. Dude, the fucking night sky, like, this is sick. so fucking sick. All right. Like, that's the fucking storytelling kind of shit I love in these games, not the fucking endless logbooks and lore. Oh, dude. Well, there we have it. It feels weird that there's no, like, mission accomplished or anything, but I feel like there's something missing here in between the actual climax of the boss fight and the, like, this is good, like, staff roll music and everything. Maybe we'll get to it after this, but I felt like there was a beat missing there in terms of, like, and because there wasn't a big explosion or anything, you know, there is no, like, that kind of payoff moment right there. But it was still a sick end to the game. Like, it was still really awesome. Pretty much how the original. Yeah, I mean, that seems fair, and I'm sure much of the both the praise and critique I could aim at this game, some of it's bound to apply to the original, and that doesn't put this, like, above criticism or anything, but I think you can't say that it's unreasonable for it to do something, you know, the choice to make something completely faithful to the original in whatever aspect you're talking about. It's always going to be a valid choice. Yeah, I was wondering kind of what sort of art we should expect for the ending stuff here. Because, like, the later games use kind of these illustrations, the GBA games and everything. And I think the tile sets and the enemies, like, a lot of the art in this game looks great, but whenever you had bigger kind of set piece backgrounds, like that big empty hall and the big Chozo statues, like, those bigger art pieces in the game looked definitely a little bit shaky compared to a lot of the rest. I think this art is, like, not amazing, but it's better than I would have expected based on those other things.
The last Metroid is in captivity. The galaxy is at peace.
Not for long. But, man, I figured sub 6 hours we'd at least get a no helmet or something. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard that there's stuff in the works to kind of remove more of the assets taken from the Nintendo games and stuff. And I mean, looking at it, I think those the big Chozo statue and the big empty cave at the end, like, they definitely stand out as looking weaker than a lot of the rest of the game. The atmosphere, like, it still nails the feel of everything, like, it's super cool. But it's a little, like, it takes you out of it a little bit, because I think it should be a, like, holy shit, this looks awesome moment. And instead it's a little bit of a, holy shit, this is a sick concept, but it looks a little amateurish, a little rough around the edges. I mean, it does absolutely nothing to take away from my enjoyment of playing the game. But if you are iterating on this, like, those things stand out immediately to me as in obvious, not in need of improvement, but with obvious room for improvement. Explosion, yeah, the VGA fucking raptor explosions, which stood out to me at the very beginning of the game, but I haven't thought about them in forever. Although I guess towards the end of the game, you don't really see them because you just ice everything anyway. Well, yeah, dude, we almost made it by 10 p.m. It was a really fucking sick game. Huh, okay. At least we can look at this. That's good. But yeah, I'm definitely intrigued to... I don't have any familiarity with any other version of Metroid 2. This is my first time playing this. I never played the original, really. I haven't played the 3DS game. I haven't really seen any of them. I'm not that, like, compelled to go play the original, but I'd be interested to see, just to get a better appreciation of this game. See a kind of a comparison of how it all works. I know that we talked about this on the last stream. Game Maker's Toolkit made a video comparing, not to the original, but comparing this game to the 3DS game. And I'm sure there are other comparisons like that on the internet, just seeing, because obviously, you know, the monochrome original game, it's kind of simple. Like any kind of remake or interpretation of that game is gonna take some creative liberties with some stuff, just like the color schemes, if nothing else. So now that I've played this, it'd be interesting just rewatching that video. Now that I have context for it. But it would also still like be interesting to see like what all of this was extrapolated from. But yeah, like I'm not in any hurry to replay this either. But you know, part of me of course is like, man, I kind of want to get the better endings. We'll see if we can get the sub 3 hour in Super Metroid. I doubt it. It's been so long since I played it. I don't really remember much of it. But we were like, what was it, 316 or something for Zero Mission. I don't know at all. Like, I just remember that 3 hours is like, I guess the suitless Samus ending, and I don't remember what the other sub 4 and sub 2. That's interesting. Sub 4 should be perfectly doable if I were to play this again, because we spent a lot of time fucking around not knowing where to go and what to do. Sub 2 sounds like a real challenge though. Like sub 3 in Super Metroid, I feel like it's not hard to get if you know the game. Like I want to say that the first time I finished it, I was pretty close to 3 hours. I feel like, of course, I didn't go in completely blind probably, but, and I don't mean I played it back in 1994, but like when I bought a cartridge in 2007 or whatever, and I played it, I feel like I didn't take like 9 hours or whatever. Yeah, that's true. You know, I'm sure the game is pretty linear, and there's stuff like you're gonna have a better sense of what you're supposed to do in each area. But that's cool too. Like, I enjoy the idea of a game being like, we've talked so much about length of games and me not having any understanding for people complaining about games being too short, generally speaking. But I'm reminded of like early reports of like Vanquish and Metal Gear Rising being like completable in 90 minutes or something, which like only takes into account like actual gameplay mission time and not like cutscenes and load times and everything else. But also like that's not representative of how long you can enjoy the game. That was like basically someone speedrunning it. And I think it's sick for a game to be like 4 to 8 hours long, but if you're good at it and if you practice and if you know what to do, you can complete it in like 4 to 5 minutes. I think that's awesome. So, like the worst thing I feel like for a game like this is to have like a higher sort of, like to have your knowledge and mastery of the game not result in the ability to complete it much, much faster. I mean, like Resident Evil is another great example of that. Like, I remember a friend of mine, we spent a New Year's Eve, was probably New Year's like 2002 or whatever. He had the GameCube and he had Resident Evil and we played it and I was like his co-pilot. I had a guide printed out and I like, you know, I read the guide as he was playing and we were like aiming to get the sub 3 hour, whatever you get. There's like rewards unlockables in that game for completing it quickly. And we did it, I remember that. And that was really fun, like, but that game is probably going to take you like 15 hours the first time. It's cool, I like it. Well, as I said, we usually wrap up around 10 p.m. and it's currently 10:09, so I don't want to... Curious to see, okay. It's not exactly what I wanted to do, but that's cool. We can just quit out of it. So I don't, you know, I don't want to be rambling here for another hour, but I feel like I could be because this game was really excellent, super fun and really well crafted, and just like I said, I think this game to me brings back and carries through everything I like about the other Metroid games, but also while not feeling in any sense like a rehash. Like, obviously, I guess if you're well familiar with Metroid 2, it's going to feel like a little bit of a rehash of that, probably. But, you know, like, Super and Zero Mission, which by far are the ones I'm the most familiar with, obviously they feel a bit samey. They're set in the same location and everything. You know, Zero Mission is a remake of 1, but it borrows much more from Super than any other game, I guess, you know. I have played Fusion, but it's been so long that I don't really remember it. But this felt, I don't know, both faithful and different. I guess, like, the cool thing is that it felt like it did so many creative things and had so many cool set pieces, which reminded me of how Super Metroid has cool little set pieces, but they were totally different set pieces. Cool locations, the map design was really well done. Like, yeah, I'm just super impressed with this game. It's just, like, really fucking nailed it. Before we wrap up, as I mentioned earlier tonight, we are going through a bunch of Metroid games, but we will be taking a little bit of a break before we get to Super Metroid. I wanted to get started on this project to make sure that we have enough time to get through these games before Dread comes out in October. But since we're still in mid-August and we're averaging like 2 to 3 streams per game, we have plenty of time. And we also have stuff. We have, you can, well, you can't really see it, but there's stuff over here from our unboxing stream on Saturday. There's some games to be played and a whole second box of action figures to take care of. So, Thursday stream, I would say we're probably going to be unboxing some action figures. And then on Saturday, I reckon we will probably go back to the games, the ones I just held up. And these PS2 games, Ape Escape and Genji, and I guess we'll maybe take a look at Meru Piranha for PS1 to find out why I bought it, because I barely remember. Some of that stuff. And we'll see when we jump on Super Metroid. It's probably not going to be super immediate. I think we might want to make sure that we actually get to take a look at some of those other games. We'll see. And of course, I should remind everyone before the stream is over, if you would like to put your daily allowance into the community fund, the challenge towards the next Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game bonus stream, feel free to do so if you are so inclined. Duke played Meru Piranha. I can tell you for a fact that that has nothing to do with me buying it. I know why I bought it, because I took a note saying it had sick looking battles. But looking at the manual and everything, I'm like confused as to my mental image of what that game is being very different from what it appears to be. But we'll take a look at it at some point or another. We're still a ways away from the next Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game bonus stream, but it will likely happen. Well, I would say it's almost bound to happen before we're done with all this Metroid stuff. So that's going to happen in the middle of all that at some point. September 22nd is my birthday, which is also a ways away still, but that will also happen before Metroid Dread and sort of get in the way of those games possibly. But we'll see. As always, I would encourage everyone to follow me on Twitter and or join my Discord if you would like to have the latest updates on what's going on stream. And we'll see. But we're looking at most likely action figure unboxing Thursday and more old Japanese games on Saturday, I would say. The difference between SNK versus Capcom Chaos and Capcom versus SNK is that they're two totally different games. It's that's the easiest way to put it. Capcom made the CVS games, SNK made the SNK versus Capcom games. Well, I mean, there's more than one. SNK made the arcade game, the Neo Geo game. They made the Neo Geo Pocket fighting game, and they made 3 SVC card games. 2 of them from Neo Geo Pocket and 1 for DS. But this is the Capcom developed game. This is, I would say, out of all of them, probably the one that most people are the biggest fan of. And it's a cool game. I played it a ton back in the day. But I could get the PS2 copy pretty cheaply, so I figured, fuck it, I'll pick it up and add it to the list. Which, by the way, it reminded me, I have not actually updated the list, the spreadsheet itself, with the new purchases. because we got CVS2 on there. We got Sengoku Basara Cross. I just picked up Mark of the Wolves on Xbox Live Arcade because it's currently free of charge, or it was like yesterday or whenever it was. So if you have an Xbox 360, I'm not sure if it's backwards compatible, but if you have a 360, you may still be able to pick up Mark of the Wolves completely for free. So I guess that goes on the list too. Did I buy any other fighting games recently? I feel like I might have. I do pick up new ones every now and then, here and there. Before I say goodnight and farewell to all y'all, let me see who is currently streaming, so we can give him a little raid. What is happening on Twitch this Monday evening? Oh yeah, Akira and Oro came out for Street Fighter V. I forgot. I'm not really... Well, I didn't... I knew about it because I've been seeing it on Twitter all day, but I didn't think to bring it up because I'm not that... not that invested in Street Fighter V nowadays. Let's see. Well, speaking of Duke Donuts, he's just starting his stream, so that seems like a perfect opportunity to go raid him. Stream starting soon. It says, all right, let's go visit Duke and have a delightful rest of your Monday, whatever, whether it's evening or noon or Tuesday morning from where you're watching. Have a good one. Take care. Thank you very much for watching.